Tony, is Joey, oh, is Joey behind you? No? Oh, you're Joey. You are just large and in charge. Yeah, there you go.
Commissioners, it's 11 o'clock.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. We're going to start off our session today with a work session. It's a Compass presentation on Regional Safe Streets for All Planning Grant, and we are going to be hearing from Tony Tisdale with Compass. Welcome, Ms. Tony.
I had to bring my notes. It's been a while since I've been in an in-person presentation.
I know, right?
So, thank you for having us out today. We appreciate it. Joey was not able to make it, so I'm filling in. So, hopefully this will go well. So we'll see. My goal in this presentation today is give you a high-level overview of the Infrastructure Investment for Jobs Act, known as the IIJA, and also give you an overview of the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant, and that's known as the SS4A. We will go through some of the nuances of the grant and how the selections are made, as well as the benefits of the safety plan, and then our ask. And of that is we're asking you to partner with us and be a joint applicant in this grant. So I know that all of you are familiar with the IIJA, or the Infrastructure Authorization Act, but just to make sure we get it all on the same page, I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview of this authorization. The IIJA has another nickname, an acronym. The Federal Highway Administration actually refers to it more closely as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or just simply BILL. The bill was signed into law November 15th, 2021. It's a 5-year transportation authorization bill, contains about $567 billion over the life of the plan from 2022 to 2026, and it's for all modes of transportation. The focus is on safety, bridges, climate change, resiliency, and project delivery. There's more than a dozen new highway programs, and there's also a lot of new opportunities for local and other non-traditional agencies to apply for these funds. So the Safe Streets and Roads for All, referred to again as SS4A, is one of the new programs, and it supports local initiatives to prevent transportation-related deaths and serious injuries on our roads and streets. Something of note right up front is that the grant is split in two parts. One part is the planning grant submission, and the other is for implementation grants that require the safety action plan prior to be submitted for implementation. So we'll be focusing on that first portion for the safety action plan. So what is this grant all about? It's a new funding source. We're in the first year of a 5-year advanced appropriation of funds through the bill, and it is a competitive, so this is nationwide competitive grant. It's a minimum of $5 billion in federal funds over the 5 years, and it has a 20% local match rate. So this fiscal year, there's up to $1 billion that will be awarded, and there's two caveats. The first one is that no more than 15% or $150 million can be spent within a single state. This benefits the less populated states from the larger states absorbing all of those funds through this grant process. Another big factor in 2022, maybe only, it's likely to change next year, but this first round has 40% or $400 million that must go to planning grants. So there's a really big emphasis on these safety action plans. So this is the year to apply for safety action planning, and as you'll see, the Department of Transportation is really encouraging easy access to these funds to ensure their highest priority, that lowering fatalities saturates our transportation network. So that's their top priority in this program. In a review of the Compass targets last spring, the Regional Transportation Advisory Committee noticed that we had the rate and number of automobile and non-motorized fatalities were not meeting the goals of our targets, but instead we're actually increasing. And actually, I have noticed, I track this pretty closely with my dealings with the Idaho Transportation Department. 2011 was our kind of top numbers on fatalities. That was our lowest year that has been recorded, and since then they have been going up. Our population has been going up as well, but a lot of times, most of the numbers we're looking at are rates. And so, I mean, still, it's going up, and that is a very bad thing. So anyway, as a result of the discussion at the RTAC subcommittee, there were several actions identified to start making a difference in our safety of the regional system, including developing a regional safety action plan. So we kind of got into this before it was even a thing with the Federal Highway Administration. And Compass did apply for a safety action plan, and it's in our recommended draft program. Unfortunately, it's for $250,000, and it's currently scheduled in 2027. So what this grant would do would allow us to advance that project much sooner, and it would also be a much more robust program and hit all of those criteria that the federal agencies are looking for these implementation grants. Because we are planning on applying for $500,000. So how will we be ranked in this application? The Department of Transportation staff made it clear that they've lowered the barriers to the submission to encourage applications as it's reflected in the merit criteria. So please forgive me on these numbers I'm about to give. Anytime we talk about fatalities and serious injuries, it is very tragic, and I don't mean to make light of this. Unfortunately, in the grant writing world, high numbers in these categories usually get us a higher rank. And so if I'm saying it's good to have high fatalities, it's not meaning that that's a good thing ever. But as related to getting good scores in this grant, that's what we're looking for. The number one scoring factor is the applicant's fatality count, which is also why more joint applicants in this grant makes those numbers higher. The fatality rate is also factored as the number one criteria, and it favors rural communities or those with lower populations. And so by bringing all of the region into this grant application, I think it will make us very favorable to get funded. Equity is the second merit criteria, which focuses on those areas that are historically underserved. It's trying to help those people who need the help the worst. And this too is expressed through a population of the percentage. So we're looking at those historically underserved areas. And then the last criteria is additional safety considerations. And in the notice of funding availability, this is a textual paragraph. It's basically 300 words that we can hit these additional safety considerations. This portion is not scored by a ratio or a scale basis, but it's basically a nominal score of qualified or not qualified. So these additional safety considerations will still be considered, but it's not really a scoring criteria.
Madam President,
Commissioner Goldberg.
if I could ask a quick question.
Sure.
What are the disadvantaged parts of our community that you're looking at?
So we have a map. I don't have that in my presentation, but we will definitely have all of that data put together. But it is your low income, historically underserved, and high minority populations. So I don't have it right in front of me. I know there are areas within Ada County, that will definitely be part of this historically underserved. Many of them are in your RAISE grant that you just received. So it's looking at those areas plus the others that haven't been covered through that grant.
Okay, and I expect there's going to be some matching funds required if the grant is successfully applied for.
Compass is covering those.
Okay.
So we are not asking for any money from you today.
Okay, thank you.
So the merit criteria, these are based on fatality count, fatality rate, and the percentage of population in underserved communities. So these are the actual scoring criteria. However, the high rank, in order to be awarded, you don't have to have high in all of these categories. As a matter of fact, in some of the webinars that we've been attending, even if you hit one of these categories, you're likely to get funded. If you hit none of them as one of the high ranking, you likely won't. But I don't think we will fit in a low ranking category in any of these areas based on the information we're seeing so far. So the benefit of the safety action plan is that it will tee up the roadway jurisdictions in the Treasure Valley with very real opportunity to obtain funding in the Safe Streets and Roads for All program in the future. So this tees us up for all of those implementation grants. The IIJA again authorizes $1 billion a year for this program, which when you think about it, for safety grants, this is a lot of money out there that we have never seen before for this type of grant. The Department of Transportation will not fund an implementation grant if the jurisdiction does not have an approved safety action plan in place. So it's very important to go forward with the safety action plan first. As a matter of fact, this is kind of a simplified version of what the Federal Highway or Federal Department of Transportation outlined with the category funding that should be considered. Is that if you don't have a qualified safety action plan, you're directed towards applying for the safety action plan. Then once we have a qualified safety action plan, that would determine your safety needs, and then we would apply for the implementation grants. And so what we're looking at here is that Compass would be building the safety action plan with all of you, and then once that safety action plan is in place, you would determine what your needs are, you would be applying for those grants, and then we would be assisting you in that case for those implementation grants. You would be deciding.
And thank you for clarifying that, Tony, because I think there was some initial confusion about, why do we need an action plan? Can't anybody do it? And the explanation that Compass really would be the avenue to do that. So I appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Yes, ma'am. So our ask today is that you participate as a joint applicant. What that means is that you would provide a letter stating that ACHD is a joint applicant. Then you participate in the development of the grant, but more importantly, that you participate in the development of the plan once we do get it funded. We're applying for $500,000, or that's what we're planning. As we get into this, it may end up that we ask for a little bit more than that, but we're looking at about $500,000 right now to build a robust safety action plan. We will have the 20% match that will be provided by Compass. And we're not asking for any monetary contributions at this time, so that's also a good thing. We'll get this planned. It'll be have a lot of public involvement. It'll have all of the steps it takes that are required to apply for the implementation grants later. And then so far, these are the letters that we have received as joint applicants. We also this morning we got an additional one. It's a support letter from the Idaho Transportation Department. They are not allowed to be a joint applicant, but they can provide support, and we hope that we can add ACHD to this list. So I will stop here for any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Commissioners, any additional questions? Commissioner Hanson?
Madam President?
Go ahead, Commissioner Hanson, then we'll flip to Commissioner Pickering.
Okay, thank you, Tony. This is terrific. It is kind of sad that the major infrastructure builder for transportation, and we don't have a safety action plan, and the assumption is that we have to do that as a sort of an add-on. And having been here for 10 years, I now understand our principal metric is speed and volume of automobile traffic, and that's what drives capital spending. And then, of course, we sort of catch up with projects to try and figure out how to make that a little safer for all the other users. We don't collect one of the single most important pieces of data on safety is the design speeds of our facilities. And the fatality numbers are tragic, but it's a tiny tip of the iceberg because most people are smart and don't go to dangerous areas. And so the level of traffic stress, which is a metric we've now adopted, we haven't adopted, we've incorporated, we've developed, is now, we understand what it is. It hasn't changed any policies yet. We're still sort of waiting on that. There's an MIG analysis. So I think this is good. I hope that this will then say, okay, in order to reach our goals, these are some of the structural changes that have to take place, including policies and procedures in which we value the way we spend our capital resources. We take tax dollars and for both building and maintenance. And if that doesn't change, if we say, well, that's a great plan, we've got a plan, now we put it on the shelf and we don't change anything, that would be hugely disappointing because, of course, it'll come back to us as the numbers don't change. So I'm hoping this helps to move that along. ACHD has done great work. Ryan Head led the effort to develop a level of traffic stress. We are in the infancy of figuring out how that changes the way we operate. And I think that's the national thinking throughout communities all over the country. We're behind on that, but at least there's some resources to start that planning. And of course, we're also in a position to share with other jurisdictions in the valley the value of developing level of traffic stress metrics, and then hopefully then moving that into the implementation so that we actually do move towards fewer deaths and fewer places that people avoid because of safety.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Pickering, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam President. Thank you, Tony, for this presentation. Thank you for your work on this. I'm personally very excited to see Compass putting in this application. Could you remind me, I was looking at the slide with the partners, but ITD is a partner as well, is that correct?
We just received their letters today. They're not a joint applicant because they're not allowed to be. State Department of Transportation is not allowed, but they are supporting it. So we have a letter of support from them, yes.
Thank you for that clarification. I think that's the reason why I'm asking. I think there was a citation a while back that I think 44% of our fatalities happen on ITD roads. And obviously we are one county of our 44 counties in the state, but you know, I love that we're doing this regionally because, you know, we're facing, you know, extraordinary growth, mixing in, you know, existing deficiencies with new growth and trying to smattering of making this all work, right? So I think, again, to your point, having the other highway districts, the cities, the counties, coming up with an action plan, hopefully this rising tide will lift all boats. Because I'm, you know, just like my fellow commissioners, we've seen those deaths increase. I've seen the headlines in adjoining counties and deeply concerned. So I really hope that this can get us all on a path forward and knowing and understanding like what road designs we can do now and plan for the future that'll prevent a lot of these deaths from happening. So I guess, yep, continue to have, I think, ITD's partnership where they can, because I think that's a really critical piece to this puzzle, because we can't do it alone. I'm thinking of my district, particularly that has some highways in it, interstates, I should say. And we can't solve those, like we can't solve that, or that transportation design without them. So, and that's where a lot of deaths are happening. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to add too that regional piece to this, the regional approach and the collaboration and plan, that's critical to the success of this. Commissioner McKinney, did you have anything you'd like to say?
I think this is good. I assume what we're talking about, of course, is just a request for a grant to for creating the plan, right? That's so it's
Right.
the first step toward getting any additional funds for implementing that plan. So,
Yes, sir.
yeah, I think it's a good
On
thing.
board, yeah. And then you would come back at that point after we go through this part as to what comes back, and then you would come back for an additional ask if appropriate, correct?
For
To come back to us. Today is just the letter.
today's just
So,
a letter.
Right.
And then beyond this, it would just be your staff and yourselves being
Right.
involved
Exactly.
in developing, first of all, the scope of this, and then the actual plan. And then once we get that passed, it would be up to you guys to apply for additional projects to implement those safety goals.
Yep.
So, and then we can definitely help with some of the grant writing or finding sources. And right now, it's a little overwhelming how many sources there are. So that it's very ripe for applying for funds right now.
Yeah, it is tough. Yeah. All right, we appreciate that, and I know our staff's ready to dive right in and get to work.
Okay.
So I'm getting nods.
Okay.
They're ready to go.
Thank
All
you
right,
very
so
much.
commissioners, we have the consensus then to offer a letter of support.
One last question, and this is a curiosity question only. I agree with what Commissioner McKinney has said. You mentioned that this was not on the agenda really until 2027, but is it the availability of funds that's creating the sense of urgency now instead of waiting till then?
Yes, sir. And because we can't move forward with the implementation grants until we have the safety action plan in place. And when we applied for funding, Compass applied for the regular formula funds, we really didn't have a place to put it until 2027. So that's why it's currently recommended there. It's a brand new project this year. But we did kind of get ahead of the game, but it's too far out to really make a difference in this for implementation grants in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any further comments, Commissioner Hanson?
Just a quick question, Tony. So are you familiar with our performance measures for, that has been developed, the level of traffic stress?
Yes.
Is Compass familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Is there an intention to sort of incorporate that
Oh,
so that we're not reinventing the wheel on a
Absolutely.
regional level?
Yes.
To build on that? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I mean, any
That'd be
plans that our member agencies have in place already, that's going to be incorporated into all of this. The knowledge that you already know will be incorporated, and then we'll go beyond that to kind of knit everybody together and have one cohesive plan to move forward.
Good.
So,
With this regional approach, then everybody has a little bit that you can draw from, and that really
Right.
bolsters.
and then there's some
Yeah.
of our smaller
Yep.
cities in Canyon County that really probably have nothing right now. And so they'll build from what you have, and we'll make sure that they're caught up, so.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
Very
like
good.
Commissioner Pickering pointed out, I don't believe ITD has anything like this, so it's encouraging that they're gonna participate so
Not that
that
I'm
they
aware of,
could,
yeah.
because a huge number of those, fatalities are on state facilities.
Right, okay,
All right.
thank you so much.
Okay, so commission, in support of the letter.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Pickering, you good? Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Tony.
Commissioners, in the 10 minutes or so that we have before we start the pre-commission, I'm going to bring Ms. Knaus up. She's going to pass out your regions folders for you and get all the paperwork signed that we need signed.
Okay,
Okay.
very good.
President May, Commissioners, I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to talk with you about our open enrollment for our benefits. I know that not all of you are enrolled in our medical plan, but I do want to provide you with the packets and then just go over briefly the information in that.
Very good. Just slide it. There you go. Very good.
So the open enrollment is an opportunity for our team members who are enrolled in our benefits program to be able to add dependents to the medical or dental plans without having to have a qualifying event. It also is an opportunity for people that are enrolled in a dental plan to be able to switch between Delta Dental and Willamette Dental. The only action that is required on your part is that if you are enrolled in the medical plan, there is a tobacco-free acknowledgement form, and we would like to have that signed and returned as a part of the open enrollment. Additionally, we are changing providers for our life insurance, short-term and long-term disability plan. We are changing from standard insurance to Symetra insurance. So they will now take over that as of October 1. Again, there's no action that is required. Everything in terms of the life insurance benefits will automatically roll over onto Symetra effective October 1. But if individuals want to purchase additional supplemental life insurance, the open enrollment is an opportunity to do that. The rest of the packet contains some compliance notices that we are required to give out each year, as well as some overview of our benefits, just to keep our team completely up to date on the value of our medical and dental plans. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
Thanks,
Yes,
uh,
one.
Wait, hold
Jim, you had one?
hold on,
just
Jim. Yeah, Jim was jumping in first.
It's a quick question. Thanks, Sherry. In the past, I've never signed up. I have my own insurance, so it's all
Right.
taken care of, so I've never bothered. But in the past, you've asked that I sign this thing that I don't smoke. So do you still need me to sign that?
We
No.
do not.
Okay, so it didn't make
We do
a lot of
not.
sense, while I still don't smoke.
Nor do I, and I was gonna ask the same question, because I remember signing that last year. So, thank you. Commissioner Goldthorpe.
Just a quick question. I know we're replacing the Standard of Oregon as our carrier. I'm curious as to who Symetra is.
Symetra is based out of Washington. They came to us highly recommended from our consultant Propel Insurance. The costs for the most part are just a slight bit lower than what we were paying with Standard. But we're hopeful that the support and the customer service that we will receive from Symetra will really bring some added benefits for our team when it comes to the short-term disability and the long-term disability.
Did we have any problems at all on the STD with Standard?
We had ran into some customer service issues in processing claims and servicing those claims.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you.
6 minutes?
We have 6 minutes.
Okay.
Commissioners, it's 11:30.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Daigle. We'll go ahead and see if there are any questions, comments, or concerns about the agenda before we move on to the director's report.
Before we start, I do have one correction I would like to make.
Okay,
Item number 3, the bid rejection, the staff report is correct about the $15,785,943.30. But on one of the handouts, we have instead of 943, we put 934. So just to bring it to your attention, that the $9, it needs to be added, so.
okay, gotta be accurate,
Very
thank
good.
you.
15 million.
We've,
So, Madam
we
President,
appreciate that. Commissioner Hanson?
I do have an issue, obviously, this really stands out. I've had problems with this. I think this is over-engineered. I think it's too complicated. And I do object to us moving forward with construction and just rebidding the design. On this, we're gonna run into this problem again. I think we need to put our resources into next year into a redesign and have construction in the out years. And I'm gonna be asking for that in the budget, because I know we're not gonna do the integrated 5-year work plan revised perhaps until this is rebid. And so I would object to any rebidding this until this has been redesigned, and so I'd move construction out another year. And there's just too much going on, and this is a great example of why we should not be even considering spending twice.
We will be breaking up the project into smaller projects, and part of the problem we had was trying to get it done in conjunction with the legislative season. It was just, the folks that bid just found it way too restrictive, so we'll be breaking it up and making some other changes.
So the portion I would like to redesign is the portion around 12th and 14th Streets. That needs to be redesigned. It's an area where we're adding significant new infrastructure. We're putting a whole bunch of concrete where there's been asphalt, and we're actually gonna do the net increase in LTS rather than decrease improvements. So
Yeah.
I'd like to see that redesigned, that portion redesigned. I don't have a objection to the designs further east, but the area around 12th and 14th, I've raised this. We haven't had a work session on it. There's concerns with neighborhoods and with the city, and it needs to be redesigned. So if you're breaking it out, let's redesign it and put that one out. At least that construction for that out another couple of years.
Okay. We had this, a little bit of a early discussion about this yesterday, so Mr. Lucas, if you could speak to that, please.
Yeah, glad to speak to that, Madam President, members of the commission. So, to be clear, what's before you today is the bid rejection on the consent agenda. That's what's before you. It is staff's intention, once and if the commission decides to reject this bid, that we would go out again to bid on this project in the format and the design that has been agreed upon with the city of Boise and CCD. There's broad consensus. There's been an interagency partnership on this project from the beginning, and our intent would be to break it up, but to move forward with the design that has been agreed upon. So I just want, that's staff's intent, and I want to make that as clear as I can. If indeed the commission wants to go a different direction, that we would need that direction. I don't know if this is the appropriate time for that, since all we're doing is really talking about the bid rejection. But I'm glad to take any direction you may have, but I want to be clear on staff's intent on this. Is as you know, this has been a project that's been under design for many years. This is part of the DBIP process. We've coordinated very carefully with CCDC and the city of Boise. We have agreements on this project. There's partnerships, there's monies from multiple agencies. And so to break that apart is a significant decision, and we would just need a direction on that.
All right, thank you very much.
Madam President,
Commissioner McKinney?
if I may, Justin, before you go away, do we have a sense, of course, the bids came in substantially above what was intended, planned, budgeted, et cetera. Do we have any sense of what proportion of that overage might be related to just inflationary pressures versus, the project complexities that you mentioned?
Madam President, members of the commission, Commissioner McKinney, I wish I could answer that question exactly. I think some of it is obviously inflationary, as we've seen with some of our other projects. Certainly not 100%. So I think there's some inflationary factor at play here. To be honest, I think the more complicating factor on this specific project is the fact that it is in the downtown core on a complicated corridor with lots of access points and businesses and a lot going on. We also put a lot of restrictions within the contract related to the timing associated with the legislature, related to what intersections can be open and what can be closed and the timing of those. And then when we do that, we don't always fully know how the contracting community is going to respond to those types of contractual restrictions that we place on them. And in this instance, we obviously found out that they responded pretty aggressively, that those contractual restrictions that we tried to place on them, by keeping this project all together in the time frame that we provided, they believed substantially increased the cost much more than we thought it would have. So that being said, our intent would be to break this into smaller pieces and parts, allowing the contractors more time and more flexibility to complete this, which we believe will mitigate some of the concerns that obviously have been raised through this bidding process. So that's kind of what our plan is.
What the game plan is. All right, thank you.
Madam President.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Pickering, did you say?
For Justin.
You're so faint, I don't want to skip over you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. So, I agreed that this isn't the time to have that debate, but Madam President, I would like to have this conversation be scheduled in the near future, because I would agree with Commissioner Hanson and Justin, respectfully. I've heard the opposite of what you shared in terms of partnerships and consensus on design. I've heard a complete opposite. So, I think that alone warrants a work session and focusing on the two portions that Commissioner Hanson highlighted. So that's all, Madam President, that we just talk about later time.
Thank you. With all the outside partnering that we have with this project and the longevity that taking this through all these cycles, I think it would have to be a broader conversation than just us saying we want to make a change, right? We've got all these partners. It would have to be a broader discussion.
Madam President, members of the commission, I think so. And if as a result of this bid rejection, the commission is requesting further information related to how this project may move forward, we're glad to bring that back to you in a work session format, if that's the intent of the commission. That will obviously slow things down and may disrupt the current plan related to this project, but we are at your discretion.
Okay. Absent the feedback that a couple commissioners have gotten, have we gotten anything specific from any of the partnering agencies in this project?
And I have the project manager is sitting here. I look back to see at the staff level, we have received no feedback that any of our partners want this project to be stopped. I know there has been conversations related to certain design elements. We coordinated very carefully with the staffs on those, and we potentially thought there may be some sort of formal action from specifically the city of Boise requesting a redesign. That never came to my knowledge. There's no letter that I'm aware of or any formal action from the city. It's actually the opposite. We have agreements in place with CCDC and the city moving forward on the project, which is why we put it out to bid. And so if there is confusion, that's very, very fair, and we're glad to try and resolve that.
Clarify that. All right, thank you.
Just a question with regards to what and how much our bidder, who was so high, might have been in fear of the Idaho legislature's efforts, certain members of the legislature's efforts to take control of the city streets around the Capitol. Was there any concern of that from the vendor?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioners.
Okay.
So, Madam President.
Commissioner Hanson.
And Justin, I appreciate that. This, of course, is in a DBIP, Downtown Boise Implementation Plan, that goes way back. And the design, however, has not come to us in a work session. I did ask for that earlier this year. In fact, I tried to raise, because it's some of the same neighbors who have concern on 8th Street, have concerns here. I tried to raise that at the time. I was told I could not raise those and that we would discuss this. It's not been discussed. This is something, and I've heard from city council members, they have concerns, and mostly they don't have enough information about what's gonna happen now that they also have land use that they didn't have back when DBIP was initiated. There's some land use changes on the blocks surrounding 14th and 12th Street. So it's changed since then, and we can't build a design on assumptions, 10-year-old assumptions. That portion needs to move forward. I also appreciate that when we have a big project and they really want portions of it, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. How do we hold up the portions we want to be done and change the portions we need to be changed? And I think we can do that. I would strenuously object to having this rebid as a single project, even if it's phased, and that the 12th and 14th Street areas, especially its impact on businesses downstream and limiting left turns, it's a huge one, and the net increase in level of traffic stress for pedestrians, cyclists, and people with disabilities. There's things we will improve, but we're also gonna make things worse in other areas, needs to be addressed. And the issue of speeding, which we don't measure. So that's why I wanna see this taken apart and be a subject with Boise City, have a conversation with the elected officials, because they're hearing it, we're hearing it, and then at the staff level, it's like, nobody's complaining about this. Well, I'm hearing it, and I would agree that this needs to be, we have to do it right, because at $8 million or $15 million, it's never gonna be redone right if we do it this way, and we recognize the flaws. So I wanna get it right now. ITD was able to change their free running turns or whatever, that left turn thing. It cost them a lot of money. We can catch this early, redesign this. If we're already gonna split it out into separate projects. So I really do strenuously object to this moving forward with rebidding this. I think we should reject this bid and then put this up for a full discussion over the next 6 months with the city of Boise and really dig into the substance of what that land use activity is going to be in that portion of State Street and get it right, get the design right.
Mr. Lucas?
Madam President, and I may need Steve's help on this just from a procedural perspective. We're in pre-commission right now, so we're just discussing a consent agenda item that is before you today.
It's the only chance I've had to talk
yeah,
about this in
very
a
fair.
meeting. I've been shut down previously.
Procedurally, it may be best, if you want to provide additional direction as part of the bid rejection, to remove from the consent. And do it that way. I'll let Steve weigh in on procedurally how you can provide direction at this point.
Okay, thank you. I think there's some options rather than just totally pulling it for 6 months. I think we can have the conversation perhaps if there needs to be some clarification to make sure everybody's on the same page with the same vision. So a few options would be good, Mr. Price.
Madam President, Commissioners, for the record, Steve Price, although we don't need a record in pre-commission, but that's a habit. Probably the best way to do it is, obviously it's on the consent agenda. The intent is, at least by staff, is to reject the bid. We did get a bid as high as 20 million.
Yeah.
And I think many of the items that have been discussed are a result that did cause the massive increase in way over our estimate. Having said that, at the time, procedurally, probably the best way to do it, if the commission wants this to come back in terms of the schedule and breaking it up in a new design, would be part of the motion is reject the bid and direct staff to come back in the future to discuss this project and going forward and for more information. So
I guess my thought is I think having the conversation would be beneficial. I don't want to assume that the partnering agencies want the whole project pulled. I think that would be maybe a little bit premature for us to do that, but we could certainly maybe reject the bid today, have the conversation, and then that would map out the steps going forward. So I'd like to hear from them before we decide to pull it, completely, if there are some some confusing things.
Yeah, and it was my intent to just point out that I will be asking that this be changed in our budget. And part of my support for the budget will be to move the construction of this out. Now, I've just learned for the first time from Justin that it's gonna be rebid, but rebid in a different way, I would ask. So I think this should be changed in the budget as well, because we just can't be spending this kind of money without being confident of it.
Well, Madam President, Commissioner Hanson, I don't think we're gonna spend any money on this project in that fiscal year, and if we do,
It's in our budget.
yeah, so, but we also proposed the budget at a time when we thought that we were gonna get a bid.
Move forward.
And we were gonna award it, so you have that complication, but Madam President, I agree with you. I think that, the conversation, Commissioner Pickering would like to have a conversation, Commissioner Hanson, I think, reject the bid today. Let's stay in the lane, and the next lane would be to have a discussion.
Have a discussion, okay. I
So,
think that's
Madam-
prudent.
Madam President,
Commissioner McKinney?
Just a question, a procedural question. If we are going to reject the bid and add something to it, do we need to remove this item from the consent agenda and consider it individually in our,
Madam President, you don't need to do
No.
that. You can, in your approval of the consent agenda, you can,
Yeah, because that's how it's
item number
presented
3,
here.
that you're
Right,
directing
to
staff to
reject
come
it.
back to the commission in the future to discuss.
Have that preliminary conversation.
okay.
And staff will not take any action
Okay,
on going out to rebid until they've had further direction from the
yeah.
commission.
So we understand where everybody is.
And Madam President, we will see because
Hanson.
this is taking place now, and it states that it's gonna change in the budget. FY 22 is gonna go to 23, 23 is gonna go to 24. So we will see a change in the budget. I assume Christine
imagine so.
Well, it'll have to be, because it says we're
Yeah,
gonna do
well, we'll
that
have
here.
to do it at the night of the adoption.
Right, we need to see that.
Yeah.
It needs to be clarified, because otherwise we'll authorize spending all
We'll
this
modify
money
the
in
budget.
23.
So,
Oh, Christine, there, yeah.
This is suspended.
yep,
Okay. Did you have something else to add, Mr. Price?
no.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam President,
Commissioner Pickering?
didn't know if this was the right time, but I do have questions on consent items 4, 5, and 6. So whenever that's the right time, I like to
Okay.
ask those questions.
Well, that's where we are. So we're clear on what we're doing here with this one. Okay, number 4, go ahead. Go ahead and address your concerns.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess if Margaret's there or staff, I see Paul, I guess looking at the Callaway Creek subdivision, the map, the site plan, I really couldn't understand exactly the different lots. I don't know if I couldn't figure out what I was looking at, and then the sidewalk. So I just understood, they feel like this is an overdue burden because adjacent, parcels haven't had sidewalks. And so I just kind of wanted to talk that through a little bit because I couldn't really tell where we were proposing these sidewalks on that map. I could see the adjacent subdivision, but not this one. So could
Okay.
someone kind of illuminate that to me, please?
Well,
We
let me
will
introduce
address that,
Margaret
okay.
Sellis, and she'll be glad to answer that question.
All right. Welcome.
Madam President, members of the commission, Calla Lily Creek subdivision is a preliminary subdivision and private road. Can you hear me better?
Get real
Okay.
close to your microphone. There you go.
Calla Lily Creek is an application for a preliminary subdivision and private road off of McDermott Road in Victory. So for this site, as a part of a development application, we were requiring frontage improvements and sidewalk along both McDermott and Victory. The frontage improvements are 17 feet of pavement from the center line, 3-foot wide gravel shoulders, and 5-foot wide detached concrete sidewalk. The location of that sidewalk, because it wasn't proposed by the applicant, is not on their site plan. That was going to be a requirement that we were going to require. So the applicant appealed this request, and in lieu of doing these improvements, they have requested to dedicate additional right-of-way without compensation along McDermott and Victory, as well as any additional right-of-way that will be needed for the McDermott Victory roundabout. That's in the master street map. So we do agree with that, and so it's on the consent. It's labeled incorrectly. That is an error on my fault. Apologize. we are in support of the applicant's request to waive frontage improvements and sidewalk for right-of-way.
That seems pretty
That was
straightforward.
what was
Okay.
confusing, because I could see it in one instance we were, and another we weren't, so that's, okay, that's helpful. And then, do you
Does
have
that
any?
answer your concerns, Alexis?
Yes,
Okay.
it does, but I also have just one quick other question
Okay.
on that note. So when was that other subdivision built that they were referencing?
They referenced a number of subdivisions. So on the north of Victory Road, there is the Alta View that was platted back in 2008. We have a current application for that site north on McDermott and Victory, north of the intersection, northeast. However, we have not issued a final report for that. It's not my report. So we don't have an estimated construction date for that. I do have all of the numbers of the different lots that are on the north side. To the east of the site, there's the Bo Daniels Plaza, which has, I believe, 15 lots on it, and that was constructed in 2014.
And the reason for my question is, I really just hope, and I'm okay with the, the staff recommendation. I just hope that it's consistent across other subdivisions that are going in at a similar time. So we're not saying, sure, we'll do this with this one, but we'll do a different treatment and make them put in concrete sidewalks and others. So as much as we can be consistent as possible while also having the facilities that we need, I think that's the ultimate thing that I just want to drive home.
Mm-hmm. And this request is consistent with previous decisions on Rock and S Estates that went before the commission in 2019, as well as a few other decisions. So.
Perfect. Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah.
Madam President.
All right, Commissioner Goldthorpe?
I would vouch for that. I have seen a lot of approvals. This is in my district. A lot of approvals out there, even for 5-acre lots, and many, many others where this is the type of decision that's made, the right-of-way, uncompensated, because there's so little going on out there. That seems to be really reasonable. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
And so I just have my question for
For the
number
next one?
5.
Okay.
Good.
On to 5.
Perfect. So, Margaret, I was reading and it showed that, we adopted the policy for this plan along Cunamora and roads like it in 2007. How often do we reassess those plans for roads like them?
Madam President, members of the commission, I am going to defer to Christy.
Here comes Ms. Little.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner Pickering. With regards to the Cunamora interim plan, that was based on the interim policy, was based on planning efforts that occurred at the time. It just hung out there forever and never got incorporated into the regular policy manual, but that's actually our intent for the work that legal is doing this fall. So we have based our decisions, particularly with the access management and right-of-way with other development applications on that interim policy. I don't really see the need for us to make any changes to the policy right now. The access management component is the most important piece of that, and so far the developments that we've approved in along that corridor have been amenable to those conditions.
Thank you for that, Christy. It kind of took me by surprise, though, how old it was. Even if we don't need to make adjustments to the policy, just having it be revisited and updated, I think, is going to be an important step. And I don't want to age myself, but I was in high school in 2007. So a lot of change happens in 15 years. So just want to make sure that we can do that. And then I also didn't understand, because reading the packet, we cited that they needed a waiver, but then they didn't complete the traffic. They did complete the traffic study, but they didn't. So just kind of some clarity around the traffic study would be helpful.
Madam President, members, Commissioner Pickering, the traffic impact study has been under review up until we got a finalized copy and we got the application at the end of July. The waiver is for the permanent access point onto Cunamora Road. And in that impact study, they provided additional justification as to why that second access was necessary. Did that help answer your question, or?
Yeah, I understood the reasoning why we were gonna waive it, but I think there was verbiage in the beginning of the packet that said otherwise, so it just kind of felt like we were saying one thing, but then doing another, similar to the previous consent item.
Yeah, we'll check that before it goes out in final form, Commissioner Pickering. And it's possible that there were some recommendations like that from the traffic impact study findings. And so my guess is that's the reason for the different language.
That was it.
Okay.
Yep, thank you,
That's
Christy.
plausible. Okay, and Commissioner Hanson, you have a question?
Madam President and Christie and Commissioners, this is the third example of issues of access management that just come to my attention. And I think I would agree with Commissioner Pickering. We have some issues on our access management policies, particularly as it tries to blend with our street typology, because our street typologies are limited to just a handful. And so we're applying these access management in very, very different contexts, yet the street typologies are like generic. And so I would strongly urge this commission to look at our access management policies, especially as they apply to our street typologies in the master street map, because this is an issue, because otherwise we pick and choose, cherry pick who gets to get a waiver and who doesn't get a waiver. And, as you can imagine, I'm extremely disappointed. I expressed that last week, that a waiver wasn't granted on access management in the Barber Valley on an arterial, and yet we're going to do a waiver here. So I have a problem with that. We have to revisit that. So there's problems on our policy, and I know it's kind of nervous to say, oh, commissioners need to look at policy. Yeah, that's our job. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President,
Commissioner Goldthorpe?
again, having really good knowledge of this whole area and understanding how many access management problems are solved by write-in, write-outs only, I think this is just a wonderful thing that this applicant wants. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam President, just for clarification again, as Margaret already stated, we do have, within our policy manual, there is a section that outlines how you, through a traffic analysis, justify the need for the number of driveways or a certain function of a driveway. And in this instance, the applicant satisfied that condition.
Okay, thank you. I have no objection to it. So, Commissioner Pickering, did you get your questions answered?
Yep, for that item, thank you.
Did you have questions on the next item? Or are
I
you good
did.
on that? No?
One more.
Questions
on item 6.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so I don't know if staff can answer my initial questions, but they cited in the agreement that this saves $195,000 in wages. I wanted to ask a little bit of background behind that indicator. Is that ACHD wages? How did folks come to that amount?
It would be, I'm pretty sure, it would be, we would have to hire X number of people to do that same job. It would cost us in wages and benefits that amount.
Okay, thank you, Paul. And then the next question, it said in there, it said at least like 70 miles of sidewalk, is done and reviewed by the detail. Is that the baseline for the partnership? Do things go above that? It would just seem a little murky, what are the actual amounts of mileage that the detail can complete?
Lloyd Carnegie will answer that question.
Welcome,
Bring the
Lloyd.
lefty.
President May, Commissioner Pickering, those are just kind of arbitrary numbers of kind of like a benchmark. If we go above or below, it depends on how many volunteers that we have with the program. We always have lots of work for them, and we will use them as much as we can.
That's what I wondered, Lloyd. It's like, is it just based off of supply, right? And do we have the people to do it? And so is 70 just the goal then, 70 miles?
Yeah, I honestly believe we go a lot more than that.
Okay, good. And then I was wondering specifically, how do you prioritize where they go? Because I mentioned that they help during chip seal and removing the chips from sidewalks, right? So how do you prioritize where they go?
President May, Commissioner Pickering. So our crew chief for the vegetation crew grabs in all the inquiries and requests we get from TELUS, from our own internal crews, and they prioritize that based on the need for that particular time and schedule the crews appropriately. A lot of it has to do with making sure the vegetation is taken care of off the sidewalks. And then if we can supplement for our chip seal crew, we'll help them with the chip seal, but their main priority is our ponds, the vegetation, and those kind of things.
And can you explain a little bit more by vegetation? What do you mean by that?
So the vegetation would be any sections that we have that are overgrowth, that are our responsibility to maintain. They're the ones going there, pulling the weeds, doing the weed whacking, and maintaining those properties.
Do they ever interface with weeds such as goat heads?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, that's it. Thank you, Madam President. Thanks,
Okay,
Lloyd.
you bet. Any other questions or comments? All right, looks like we're straight up.
Commissioners, it is time.
Straight up 12 o'clock. Okay. Welcome, everyone. If you please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Before we get started, I just want to do a huge shout out to our chip sealing crew. I had the distinct pleasure of being out there with them, and just really, it was an extraordinary experience. So in particular to Jennifer, thank you so much, Jennifer, for arranging that. Jay Segerson, I hope I am pronouncing his name correctly. He is our chip driver, and boy, he knows his stuff. J.R. Grasmick, he's up there in the crow's nest. And Robert Henry, he was our crew chief transport. So I have just got to say, it is such a process, and to see it up close, it was so enjoyable. And the crew, everybody was so upbeat, and the coordination of everything, how they back up, the rocks come in, it was just really extraordinary. And the pride of ownership that each crew member was exhibiting, it was just, again, it was just a really enjoyable experience. So shout out to all of you. It's hot out there. You do an amazing job, and we appreciate all that you do. So thank you. All right, our first item is to adopt our agenda.
So
Is
moved.
there a motion? All right, is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a commissioner or a citizen so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda. All consent agenda items are commission action items unless noted. Is there a motion?
Madam President,
Commissioner McKinney.
I move that we approve the consent agenda, and specifically on item 3. And I'm not exactly sure how to word this, that we
Let's have,
approve item 3 and add to it that we request staff come back and help me with some words here.
That you request staff to come back to the commission and provide an update on the project status.
Yes,
Perfect.
that we request staff to come back to commission with an update on the project status.
Okay, very good. Is there a second?
Yes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, first item on our regular agenda, Spring Valley Planning Unit Master Plan number 1. This is a request for approval, and we will welcome Mindy Wallace. It's been a while since we've seen you, Mindy.
I was just saying, I think it's probably been over a year. I haven't been
It's been
presented
about,
from this
your hair is a lot longer, so that's kind of how you gauge it.
I think, can you hear me better now?
Yes, just speak right into your mic.
So, Madam President, Commissioners, for the record, Mindy Wallace Development Services. Before you this afternoon, we have a decision briefing for the Spring Valley Planning Unit Master Plan number 1, otherwise known as Pump 1. So today we'll have a brief project overview. We'll talk a little bit about the history of this site, ACHD planned improvements in our capital improvements plan, access to this site through BLM lands, and grants necessary for the construction of public streets. And then if those grants are the applicants able to acquire those grants, we'll talk about the new arterial and collector roadways that would be constructed within the site. So the application before you is for the Spring Valley Planning Unit Master Plan Number 1, otherwise known as Pump 1. So I'm just going to refer to it as Pump 1 because it's much easier. And it's located within the Spring Valley Master Planned Community. So you can see the area that's highlighted as all of Spring Valley, and then Pump 1 is in that highlighted area. A pump application in the city of Eagle is similar to a specific area plan in the city of Boise or planned community in Ada County. The intent is for us to establish guidelines for future preliminary plat phases. As individual preliminary plats are submitted under the pump, the ACHD would provide a detailed analysis of the street layout, street design, construction, and would be a signatory on the final plat. For the current application, ACHD is a recommending body to the city of Eagle. I do want to talk a little bit about the history of this site as a whole, because it's been around for quite some time. The city of Eagle has gone through a series of reviews and approvals for the Spring Valley project, starting with the approval of a comprehensive plan amendment, rezone with development agreement, and a pre-annexation agreement in December of 2007. The Spring Valley property was annexed into Eagle city limits in 2009, and Pump 1 was previously approved by ACHD and the city of Eagle in 2014. However, those entitlements have expired. With its annexation into the city of Eagle in 2009, the Spring Valley Master Planned Community was entitled to a maximum of 7,160 residential dwelling units, approximately 1.2 million square feet of non-residential mixed uses, 3 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 1 high school. Earlier this spring, in 2022, the city of Eagle approved Pump 1. Pump 1 consists of approximately 970 acres of the total 6,000 acre master planned site and complies with all the conditions established by the city of Eagle. And is proposed to consist of 2,200 residential units, 150,000 square feet of non-residential uses, and 504 acres of open space. Pump 1 is estimated to generate approximately 26,186 vehicle trips per day, with 1,683 of those occurring during the PM peak hour. Pump 1 also represents approximately 30% of the total residential units and 12.5% of all non-residential uses entitled under the City of Eagle's development agreement. ACHD has several improvements planned in the vicinity of Pump 1, and those include the widening of Linder Road, Beacon Light Road, Floating Feather Road, and multiple intersection improvements. And this is a highlighted segment of our current capital improvements plan, which identifies all the area roadways and intersections that are programmed. A traffic impact study was prepared and included a planning level roadway and intersection analysis for full build out of Pump 1. And it highlighted roadways and intersection improvements necessary to mitigate the site generated traffic at full build out of the pump. Due to the location and scale of the pump, the traffic study area was extended beyond the roadways within the adjacent development to allow for a full analysis of all the traffic impacts. The extended area included 15 off-site intersections and 13 roadway segments. The traffic impact study also found that there were roadway segments and intersections that would need to be widened beyond the ACHD planned improvements in the capital improvements plan. Those include Beacon Light from State Highway 16 to State Highway 55. That roadway is currently planned to be widened to 3 lanes. However, the traffic study recommended a 5-lane roadway. In 2014, at the request of the City of Eagle, the ACHD Commission approved a modification to the master street map, which modified Beacon Light Road from a 5-lane roadway to a 3-lane roadway. At this time, ACHD has no plans to widen Beacon Light Road beyond the 3 lanes currently listed in the CIP and in the master street
Madam
map.
President,
Just one moment, Mindy.
Okay.
Commissioner Goldberg.
kind of need my memory refreshed because I thought I remembered that Beacon Light was being preserved for 5 and building 3. Is that not true?
Madam President, Commissioner Goldthorpe, that is correct, but the way the action was, the 98 feet of right-of-way preservation was to allow for possibly some equestrian facilities or other types of pedestrian treatments along that roadway. So while we are preserving right-of-way that could accommodate a 5-lane roadway, the desire was that it be constructed as 3 with probably some alternative treatments for pedestrians or equestrians.
Okay, I remember that discussion. I don't remember it having been anything more than a what if for the pedestrian and equestrian, but.
Madam President, Commissioner Goldthorpe, that's correct. Because this road is only programmed in our capital improvements plan, it hasn't gone through a design process yet. So all of that would be determined when this segment of roadway would move up from the capital improvements plan into the 5-year work plan and reach that design phase.
With this particular development coming in, would you have any put on your Karnak turban and think of when maybe that might be?
I would have to defer to planning and projects for that.
Don't need to go that far.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner McKinney, did you? Okay, maybe you were nodding. Okay, go ahead, Mindy.
Okay, so we also have Linder Road from Floating Feather Road north to Homer Lane, and that's not currently programmed for improvements. We have it, it's just a 2-lane roadway today, and the traffic study recommended widening to 3 lanes. The Beacon Light State Highway 16 intersection is currently programmed to be widened to a 4x4 signalized intersection. However, ITD has recommended that it be widened to a 4x6 intersection. And then we have 3 intersections that are currently planned for single-lane roundabouts, and the recommendation is that they be expanded to multi-lane roundabouts. So that would be Beacon Light and Linder, Beacon Light and Park Lane, and Park Lane and Floating Feather. To provide access to Pump 1, the applicants propose to construct a new minor arterial roadway and to extend Linder Road from its current terminus into the site. To allow for crossings of the BLM land, the applicant will need to acquire perpetual right-of-way grants from the BLM. The applicant has acquired some right-of-way grants, but they are not perpetual and they are not easements. They're termable leases with a specific term and an option to renew at the end of the term. Because of this, we cannot accept them as right-of-way. So in order to dedicate the right-of-way to ACHD to accommodate the construction of RE Way and Linder Road through the BLM land, they need to obtain perpetual right-of-way grants to ACHD from the BLM. If the applicant is unable to acquire the perpetual right-of-way grants to ACHD from the BLM, then staff has recommended that all of the roadways within the Spring Valley Pump 1 be constructed as private roads. So I do want to talk a little bit about the arterial roadways that we have had planned. And again, these would only be constructed as public streets if the applicant's able to acquire those perpetual grants from the BLM. But as previously mentioned, access to the site is to be with the construction of a new minor arterial roadway, RE Way, and the extension of Linder Road. The new arterial RE Way and Linder Road extensions were originally recommended as part of the 2009 Northwest Foothills Transportation Study, and they were further memorialized on the master street map. The master street map identifies RE Way as a 5-lane roadway and the Linder Road extension as a 3-lane. Both would be are designated as foothills arterials. The master street map also identifies some collector roadways within the site. It identifies 3 new collectors. One we have highlighted there is Big Gulch Parkway, which is intended to run between Linder Road and State Highway 16. And then we have this little loop collector on the northern end. And again, staff would recommend the construction of these collectors with future preliminary plat phases if public streets are to be constructed within the site. So in summary, the site has had a series of entitlements with the City of Eagle dating back to 2007. For ACHD to accept public streets within Pump 1, the applicant will be required to obtain a perpetual right-of-way grant to ACHD from the BLM. Otherwise, all roadways would be constructed as private roads. ACHD will provide a detailed analysis of the street layout, design, construction, and be a signatory for all future preliminary plats. And for this application, ACHD is a recommending body of the City of Eagle who has already approved this application. So I'll stand for any questions, and we have representatives from the City of Eagle here as well to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, very good, Mindy. So we actually have two requests here, correct? You did an entire presentation?
No,
or-
we'll have another presentation.
Oh, you're gonna give us another one after
Yeah,
that?
so this
Okay,
is
you
a
kinda
separate action from the preliminary plat.
Okay, all right. So right now, we're just looking at number one, correct?
Correct.
And that's been approved and entitled, and it meets all of our policies. So that's what we're dealing with here, request for approval. Commissioners, questions or comments?
Yes, Madam President.
Mr. Goldthorpe?
The new roads, the new collectors, the new arterial, I assume there are no roads there currently.
Madam President, Commissioner Goldthorpe, that is correct.
So I also would assume that in order to build those, we would be using our general fund revenue and not have any. All right, I get a no, tell me about it.
No, President May, Commissioner Goldthorpe, these are, collector roadways are always constructed through development. ACHD doesn't contribute to the construction of those roadways. The arterial roadways, RA Way and the Linder Road Extension, are not programmed in ACHD's capital improvements plan. So it's not, they're not something we're planning on building or we have any funding allocated towards. So those would be constructed through development by the applicant, similar to the collector roadways.
Okay, not by the rest of the taxpayers in CUNA and other places.
Correct.
Thank you.
Madam President,
Commissioner McKinney?
let me make sure I understand. We're looking at a development that will ultimately have over 7,000 dwelling units and a large amount of public, or I guess commercial space, anyway, non-residential space. And the entire traffic load for that entire development will go through the extension of Linder Road and the, Erie Way, is that what it's called? Connecting to Highway 16. And the traffic numbers work out for those two connections?
President May and Commissioner McKinney, we're not looking at the entire 6,000 acre site. We're only looking at the 970 acres highlighted in the red box on the screen before you. We haven't taken an action on any of the other areas. So for this first phase, which is the pump one, yes, the traffic numbers met our standard.
Okay, so this pump one, how many dwelling units are we talking about? What kind of a?
So we had 2,200 residential units, 150,000 square feet of non-residential uses, and then the open space.
Okay.
So the intent of this is this, and it's more clear in the next preliminary plat application, is we have the pump, which is this high-level kind of guiding document. And then the preliminary plat, which we'll have after this, is a large lot plat where they're going to plat tracks. And then after that, then we get to the residential units where those tracks would be replatted and you'd actually be seeing the homes. So this is, before you is just kind of a guiding document, a heads up of this is what's in the first plat and what's proposed. These are the traffic impacts, and we have recommendations for all of the standard master street map roadways, traffic study updates, the grants from the BLM, kind of all of those high level things that we'll need to make sure we're catching and including in all of those future plat reviews.
Okay, well, and I guess I'm just thinking kind of from a 30,000 foot level, looking at the, a development 2,200 residential units. And I look at that extension of Linder Road, and that strikes me as perhaps ending up being the primary access point that residents will use. I could be wrong, the Highway 16 one, but it's anyone headed toward downtown Boise, for example, I would presume. And we've got some big gaps in the planning of the enlargement and widening of Linder Road. And so that's the concern I have as I first look at this. And I don't know if I'm simply worried about it at the wrong time, or if that's a reason for us to pause, because if that's only going to be a 3-lane section, and then we have, it looks like between Floating Feather and Beacon Light, There isn't currently a plan to improve that section of Linder Road, so it's a two-lane road, I believe, at the moment. You know, so I'm thinking about the traffic issues and wondering if we're here approving something that we don't actually have any plan that's going to accommodate it. Is my concern wrong there, or what, how do we deal with that?
Go ahead, Minnie.
Again, President May, Commissioner McKinney, you know, this pump one isn't going to capture all of that in the traffic study, and then in the staff report, we do identify those gaps. So if this pump is approved, the City of Eagles already approved it, you know, they're able to request modifications to the master street map, or we can request those modifications, and also they can ask that Linder Road be prioritized for projects through our 5-year work program process. The other item, and we're kind of getting to the next part of this, which is the preliminary plat that will be before you next, is the applicant's not proposing to use Linder Road for the first phases of the development. Their focus is really on getting out RA Way to State Highway 16.
Okay, so our approval on this today simply allows them to continue the planning process, details about the streets and their particular design, their width, number of lanes, and all of that, that we would have an opportunity to hear about and decide later on, and they will be under then the obligation to make sure things work for us to give the further approvals to allow them to build. Is that
correct? If public streets are constructed within the site.
okay? All right, because I think you know, my initial take on this is that wow, we've got some potential traffic problems here, but I guess if we have opportunities later to deal with that, we'll deal with that. So thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Commissioner Hanson?
Thanks, Mindy. I have a couple questions.
Okay.
So we're just dealing with the 2,200 residential units that are anticipated in the large lots. The one thing I was looking at, and it references when full build out happens, there'll be some schools and other things out there. And of course, it also compares to Barber Valley, although Barber Valley still hasn't built their school, and they're all pretty much all built out. So we know, you know, the very, very, very last thing that gets built are the things that get promises on the front end, like schools. The reference, first I have to ask a question. I think it's in the next one, references 7 new center lane miles. And that is only, is that just the arterials? Is that how can we anticipate what the new center lane miles might be if we are not even we're just looking at big plats?
So, President May and Commissioner Hanson, the next plat, the 7-mile lanes of road, that is arterial and collector because there's no local streets proposed. They're basically requesting an infrastructure plat that would allow them to construct the arterials and collector roadways, and then the local streets would be constructed as those next phases come in.
So the center lane miles are roughly Erie, Linder, and this Big Gulch collector that would go through the middle.
That is correct.
Okay, that's where because it's like, I'll bet it's a heck of a lot more than 7
It will be.
miles. There's probably hundreds of miles, and we have, 5,000 something we have to maintain. And I did see, you mentioned this on page 7, the TIA states that the future number of lanes on Beacon Light is at 5, but to accommodate what you're projecting as traffic, that it needs to be projected at 5. And so it needs to be changed. And the city should consider that, changing the master street map and in order to meet the recommendations of staff. I want to dig a little deeper into this issue of the BLM land, the applicants. So where are we on that? And that's kind of interesting because we haven't seen this come before us before, where they have to, and why are we recommending something at this point when they still haven't figured out whether they're going to even have that? Because if we do, then it gets shifted onto the temporary access.
President May and Commissioner Hanson, I think that's a great opportunity for the applicant to provide you feedback on that. I do know that their legal counsel's been coordinating with Scott Spears. And, you know, we were transmitted development applications and were tasked with responding to those to the City of Eagle. The applicant's intent is that these become private streets. So that's why we're here before you today.
The applicant's intent is that Erie and Linder become private streets.
Public.
Public, they want them public.
Yeah.
Okay, so that does create, well, before we go to them, we'll save that for them to respond. I have questions. So we've also dealt with other foothills issues, and we have a policy. There wasn't a reference in here, but and perhaps our maintenance, yeah, Jennifer's here. I can't remember what the slope requirement is. When we have snow removal requirements, there is you immediately prioritize those public streets on the slope of what percentage?
Madam President, Commissioner Hanson, it's a 6%,
So
and that's
6%.
also addressed in the preliminary plat. So they have 13% of the roads they're proposing to construct within Pump 1 in the large lot preliminary plat will exceed grades greater than 6%.
There's a chunk of those in this initial preliminary plat that are gonna exceed that. So they go to the front of the line in terms of snow removal of their public streets.
Correct.
Okay, but we don't know, I mean, there's lots of hills in there, so the future roads, collectors and the future local roads, we don't know how many
That's correct.
those are. There's just lots of hills. This is a big concern because clearly they're entitled to build up there. But whether the folks who are living on the flat areas of Eagle are entitled to see those snow plows go past their house and prioritize the plowing of the hills first before they come, it is a policy question that we have to address. And if they were private roads, they could deal with it themselves. They're gonna be big enough, they're practically a city by the time they're built out, they could potentially do that. I know a lot of subdivisions, we just approved one, this Calla Lily, you know, a bunch of, their internal roads are all private, so they'll deal with their own snow removal. So I just wanted to raise that by, because my reading of the staff report is, if they work it out with BLM, then we'll say, we give the green light that they can be all public roads. But I have concerns about that because I think we need to go through that next step of then saying, are the taxpayers prepared to take over that? So that needs to really be highlighted because when by adopting this staff report, we are recommending, if you meet the criteria of the BLM negotiations, you know, it's a green light on that. I did have a question. It's weird. It's an odd question, but on page 8, it doesn't seem to make sense. You estimate approximately just only 2% of the daily trips would be captured within of the AM peak, but 8% of the PM peak. So in other words, 98% of the trips in the AM will be leaving the subdivision, leaving that area. But in the evening, only 92% will be returning. I can't understand where the other 6% go and why they wouldn't be the same because they are the, you know, I know the modeling, it's sort of, you get more further and further away from reality, but especially if you're projecting way out into the distance. So why the difference between 98% of the people are leaving in the morning, but only 92% coming back in the evening?
President May and Commissioner Hanson, I think I'll defer that to the applicant's traffic engineer.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
confusing.
generally you have people leaving to go to work or take children to school, and maybe those people they're coming back at different times of the day, or perhaps they leave for work later in the morning, or an elementary school typically starts outside of that traditional AM peak hour, but maybe it's capturing some of those PM peak hour trips, or as a parent, I know that we have a lot of peak hour trips. It's the school bus, it's the track pickup, it's all of those family things that are occurring during that PM peak.
And that was my next question in terms of the way in which we count these numbers. Because the schools are not going to be built in there until it's built out, all the school trips will be going out. Bus trips, which I assume the school district's going to have to pay for, or parents taking their kids. And frankly, there's a sizable number of parents still take their kids, drive their kids to the school, even though there is paid bus service. how do we calculate that, all those trips, that the school district would have to take on? Do we at all?
President May and Commissioner Hanson, I think, again, that's something that would be included as part of the average daily traffic count that ITE estimates. And also on page 8 of your staff report, I wanted to highlight item D, recommendations for trip capture. Item 2 does say that we're not going to assume any trip capture until it can be verified through a future traffic impact study. So for these initial phases, until there's, office, commercial uses, or even a school, we have to assume that everybody is entering and exiting the development on that arterial to state highway system, and that none of those trips would be captured until that point.
I think that's wise. I think that I noticed that's wise. I know in the Harbor Valley, they were able to do a lot more trip capture, mostly because they actually paid to extend the bus line into Harris Ranch.
Yep,
so
that is
they were able to
correct.
capture some of that, and that they paid for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure to existing infrastructure into the business section, which is 4 miles from them. I don't know how many miles this is from the activity center in Eagle, but presumably that just doesn't come into the mixed use calculation of trip capture. And
I don't believe it would. Those centers would be too far away, and you'd have to travel via the state highway.
and it's also up and down, whereas Harbor Valley is all flat. Oh, great. It's interesting to see the comparisons between the two. I really appreciate this. It helps us to understand more.
Okay.
And I look forward to
Thank
hearing
you.
from the applicant to
All right.
answer this question.
Mindy, what is the projected build out for the entire project? What are
So pump 1, I believe the traffic study estimated a build out of 2035, but I think the applicant will probably be able to provide a better idea of when they anticipate the pump being fully constructed based on their marketing research.
Sure.
Madam President?
In certain times. Commissioner Pickering.
Yeah, thank you. I've got some questions for Mindy. Mindy, can you explain the process a little bit more detailed with the granting the easements to the federal land? So, what's that process, and how, if this gets approved by ACHD, what are the steps to realize those roadways going into this development?
President May and Commissioner Pickering, I'm going to defer to Mr. Price on that.
Thanks, Mindy. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner Steve Price, General Counsel, for the record. Commissioner Pickering, are you talking about the BLM roads and the process for that?
Yes.
Oh, that process is a lengthy process. They have to do, with an application, they have to do a cultural resources analysis, habitat analysis. It takes, I think I did one in Elmore County once that took 3.5 to 4 years. It's not uncommon in development for us to have these type of conditions. I think we'll also see one probably out First Pleasant Valley at some time. You have a lot of state-owned land and BLM land. And in the approval, it's typically handled as a condition precedent with some alternative in the event that it doesn't occur. But the applicant can speak more to the process, about where they are to the commission, and also provide some details as an alternate plan in the event that it doesn't get accepted. So hopefully that answers your question.
Oh, I have a follow-up. So do they give us the right of way, or do we purchase it? What happens if that grant is granted?
Well, there's if it is granted, then there can be a process in a future application where the applicant can dedicate it, or they can keep it in terms of a private road. Typically, the BLM only gives easements. They don't give deeded right-of-way. And I believe that would occur in this instance, but most of the roads we own are by easement anyway, so we never have a problem with that.
Thank you, Steve. So then I have another question for you, Mindy. So I didn't see it in the packet, or you mentioned it in the packet. Sorry, I'm jumping around on my notes. I've got them on the side here. So we hadn't heard from EMS or fire about what the impact that this would have on them. Is that correct?
Madam President, Commissioner Pickering, that's correct. We have had very limited correspondence with police and fire for this project. I believe this is currently under this jurisdiction of the Star Middleton Fire Department, but perhaps they're working to get moved into the Eagle Fire District. And again, that's probably something that the City of Eagle or the applicant may be able to address a little bit better than I.
Have we had that in the past where we're seeing a development like this and there's multiple things that we don't have answers to, like with the federal land easements and then this? Is that pretty common, or is this kind of a outlier?
Madam President, Commissioner Pickering, that's kind of a loaded question. It's a little bit of both ways. This is a pretty big and unique project, and you know, we do have instances where applicants have to work with federal agencies to acquire property that could become right-of-way. So I would say that's not necessarily uncommon. And not having official comments from a commenting agency such as fire, that's really not that uncommon. Typically we require that any of those comments or, you know, requests for changes be made prior to the plan review process, and then that way all of those conditions and modifications can be made prior to plan approval and construction.
All right, thank you. And then what I didn't see, and obviously I'm assuming that this is from policy, but you know, the traffic study, the traffic impact study locations in those roadways that were highlighted, you know, I don't feel like that's sufficient enough to demonstrate and fix the impacts that this development could have on our entire roadway network. So do we not ever require or complete an entire roadway structure or impact study? Because with the amount of folks that this development's going to have, to what other commissioners have mentioned, you know, there's going to be a lot of commuting to downtown Boise, Meridian, potentially Cuna. So do we not do those types of studies, and why or why not?
President Maine, Commissioner Pickering. So we do, per policy, and applicants included or required to include intersections and roadway segments where the site generated traffic exceeds 10% or greater. However, the policy does offer staff some flexibility to include additional roadway segments and intersections depending on the area. We do know there's some areas in the county that are particularly sensitive, or neighbors have concerns, those types of things. So this area was expanded to include intersections and roadway segments that would have been greater than or less than that 10% threshold in the policy. But we also have to have some level of reasonableness in that we can't ask them to look at every single roadway segment and intersection in Eagle, for example. So, you know, staff's role is to look at the policy and make sure that we're meeting that minimum standard, and then if anything else should be included, that we're capturing that.
And I understand that trade-off, but I think we have to also be able to have as much data as possible to understand the impact that this is going to have on the entire road network.
Mr. Price.
Madam President, Commissioner Pickering, are you talking about offsite improvements or the impacts on, let's say, Linder, you know, the state highway?
I'm saying, yeah, like the impacts that it would have on like State Street, for example.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought you were saying. And that's, you know, of course we'll meet policy in doing that, but we have a hard time. Well, we can't require offsite improvements on those additional roadways just because of the illegal exaction under the Constitution. And so I think those, when we look at those, you know, it's great information, and we know there's going to be impacts, but there's not much we can do other than include that in our future planning efforts. That's just the impact of you know, these type of large developments.
Thank you, Steve. So Mindy, do you have an approximate amount of how much it's going to cost to make all of the adjustments that you highlighted in the slides with all like beacon light and all of those types and those intersections and widening? We have a big $1 amount for that.
I have no idea. So those, I mean, these are all projects that are in the capital improvements plan, and they're not moved into the 5-year work plan where those, yes, there's funds allocated towards these projects, but they're not as defined or as accurate as they are when they move into that 5-year work plan.
Of course, yeah. But we don't have a ballpark idea of how much this is going to cost us.
I don't at this time, Commissioner.
Okay. And then do we ever run any type of analysis around how much tax revenue this development's going to generate to offset those costs?
Madam President, Commissioner Pickering, we don't.
Okay, thank you, Mindy. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments for Mindy? All right, maybe we can hear now from the applicant. Welcome, sir. You can just state your name and address for our record.
Good afternoon, President May and Commissioners. My name is Brooke Cole, and I'm with GWC Capital, who is the applicant here on this project. Yeah, the address is 869 North, 1500 West, Orem, Utah, 84057. You're welcome. Of the items that have been raised so far, this first application, without getting too far into the second one, that you're going to hear more of, and maybe a lot of the questions get answered when Mindy makes that presentation, is we're essentially creating building blocks of which to develop out this region of the county. And the pump and the planning unit master plan portion of this is to identify the high level areas that are necessary to support the intended development that comes later. A lot of the details associated with that have to be brought up to the high level to begin with, and then they'll get disseminated back down as the development is actually built out over time. And that may be a 7 to 15-year horizon. We don't know. It all depends on the economy and things like that. But what we do want to do is we want to be prepared where necessary, both on-site and off-site, to help make sure that the impacts, whether it's from water or from traffic or any other impact out there, that we're paying our fair share of that, and also taking care of the residents that live here in this community and in the surrounding area. So with those building blocks, this pump plan is just to identify the big picture. And then in the subsequent plat, the first subdivision plat is to identify the super parcels and where these densities would be located within there, and how they affect the actual traffic patterns and the ADTs from inside the property and where they may go outside of that. And then subsequent to that, we'll have the preliminary plats come in and final plats come in from the actual in-tract developments of those super parcels that will show you the type of unit, specific layout, and the additional collector or local roads that would be built in support of this. It is our intent, as far as this first pump, to build all of these collector roads when they're needed, pursuant to the traffic impact study, to their full design, not to do an incremental piece, but to go ahead and do the full design and full build out of those. So instead of like Ari for the first lot that is being put in.
Can I interrupt just a sec?
Hold on just a sec. Go
You
ahead,
use the term
Commissioner.
these collector roads, but we're describing them as arterial. Are you
I am.
talking about different roads? So I know we use these typologies and get very confused, but yeah, I'd like to see a lot of arterials treated as collectors, but clarify for me.
Absolutely, President May and Commissioner Hanson, thank you for asking for the clarification. The arterial roads of Ari and or Linder and Big Gulch will be built to their full size at the beginning of the project, as opposed to building, say, 3 lanes and then converting it to a 5-lane. Part of our companies is we build a lot of roads. We are a heavy infrastructure and civil construction company, and so we know that it's a lot cheaper to build those on the front end and to build them once as opposed to build them incrementally over time. So that's our intent here, is to do that. These roads, these arterial roads, Commissioner Hanson, will be fully funded by us and not by ACHD's funds to build these, including the improvements on Highway 16 that have been requested by ITD.
Very good. Thank you.
There's just one question that we have at this point in time, and it really relates to, I think, the statement that your general counsel brought up in relation to the BLM, maybe disconnect as to are the right-of-way grants there sufficient for ACHD to be able to accept these roads, or is the temporary versus the perpetual easements one way or the other? I heard in your commentary before that easements are used a lot and not necessarily perpetual grants. And I think as part of the clarification here that we're seeking is it's our understanding that the BLM, with all of the work that he had mentioned, and it is years and years of work that our predecessor did, and that we've picked up on from there, and brought to fruition on the grant of these right-of-ways from the BLM, is that the roads have to be built to BLM standards, built to the right-of-way grant stipulations, and and also built to ACHD standards and accepted by ACHD prior to the BLM granting a perpetual easement and converting our temporary easements to a perpetual easement. So it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg syndrome here, and that's why a little bit of the confusion. And so we just need to clarify that and make sure we understand clearly. And I think the councils have been going back and forth as to what that true process is, but that's our understanding. And that's why we're here maybe with a little bit of an unknown, and why the staff has made the recommendation that they have. If you can build it to the standards that BLM has set and build it to the standards that ACHD has and is accepted by ACHD, then the grant can be issued per perpetual. If not, then they'll stay as private roads.
Correct. That's my understanding. That's my understanding. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Good
Thank you.
job.
Okay. It's a lot of work.
A lot of, it's a, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of information in there.
I appreciate the clarification there. Thank you. I don't have anything else to respond to. If you have questions for me, I'm
Okay,
happy
I
to
think
answer
we
them this
have
time, or I
more
can wait.
questions. Okay. Mr. Goldthorpe, McKinney, Commissioner Hanson.
Just want to clarify on the slopes. There's a lot of slopes in there. The expectation is that we will have, I think she said initially 13% of the road surfaces. What percentage are those on those arterials on, I want to be Erie and Linder and Big Gulch? Those are the only roads we're talking about, so 13% of the surface area will be above the 6% threshold. That's the expectation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that your preference is that those be public roads, and not that they be private roads.
President May and Commissioner Hanson, yes, that is our preference, because it also, it's part of your street master plan, to be arterial and collector roads for the general public long-term.
Yeah, well, we have lots and lots of neighborhoods without public roads, and this isn't on our master street map yet, so it's not part of the plan. My question about Big Gulch is the question of whether Big Gulch is, as a collector, going to connect all the way over to Highway 16, or is it just, and I wasn't too clear, because if you just look at it, it goes downhill and it heads down. That seems to me that collector road would be preferable as an exit from the neighborhood to Erie, and then so the design of a major exit road, and I think that's a collector, right? Not a, that's going to be 2 lanes, or maybe with 2 lanes with a turning lane at the right spots.
President May and Commissioner Hanson, let me address it, and then I do have one follow-up question for you on your statement, if you would, please. Big Gulch is right in the middle of the valley, so it sits in the flat area. It's very flat all the way through there. And Big Gulch does terminate at the end of the project, where we're proposing to put a lot of the residential area, at least, because it was our understanding in doing the scoping and all of the pre-work prior to having the TIS completed, in visiting with ITD and ACHD, that they preferred not to have Big Gulch connect to State Highway 16. Right. And so that collector does dead end there at where it's shown on the map today. But I do want to make sure I understood your statement. It's my understanding that Ari and Linder are on the master streets map as collector and arterial roads.
They're
And
not
that's,
on the
they are.
CIP, I correct myself, they're
Okay,
not.
good.
and that's the reason why we're
We were all
proposing them to be
confused by that.
public.
I see them on here, there's lots of
Yeah.
things on here, but, and that's, of course, the challenge, there's cities that would like things to be changed on the master street map and they don't get changed.
No, we're trying to follow your master street map.
Yeah.
So thank you for the clarification.
Cities should
appreciate
be
that, Mr.
directing
Holt.
that, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I appreciate that.
If I may, I'll continue to answer your question related to Big Gulch Parkway. At the end of that collector road, there is an emergency access road built from there down to Highway 16, and that is what proposed in here. And we have been working with the Star Middleton Fire District related to that emergency access to provide those services in there. Their preference is to have that as an emergency access road in and to come off of Highway 16 there with the proposed RE road, arterial road as their primary points of access in and out of the project.
So that, and thank you very much, that helps me to understand, because if you don't have two accesses for emergency purposes, it limits the number of units you can put in, but that would count, so you could put in lots of units along that big gulch and in the area we're gonna talk about, because of the, emergency access on Highway 16.
Yeah, I think the city has some other plans that they're working on in that area, and there's other studies that are ongoing in that area that I think as the plats come forward and as those plans develop further, which include maybe some additional collector roads through the BLM parcel, if additional grants can be offered, that will help with that traffic pattern significantly in the area.
Thanks.
All right. Any other questions?
Madam President?
Commissioner McKinney?
Just, first, let me ask you about what kind of a, timing we are anticipating, as the process goes along and build out and so on. I realize we're early in the process, but what are the anticipated, the anticipated timing of building any of this?
Yeah. President May and Commissioner McKinney, we are already under construction on some of the infrastructure up there associated with this project. As I think it was mentioned earlier, it's kind of a city within a city. And so some of the initial infrastructure related to storm drainage, Clomar, and some of the sewer treatment and water facilities is already under construction now. It would be our intent to build all of these it would be our intent to build the arterial and collector roads over the next year to 18 months and finish those, and then be building the in-tracks right behind it of maybe a couple hundred units a year is our anticipation right now.
So the first housing will likely be completed when?
Probably summer 2024.
Okay, so about 2 years from now will be the first people will be moving in.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of work to do between the here and there, but.
Sure, okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, and I realize construction always takes longer than it does. Okay, so I mean, I have to admit that one of my concerns is, again, this connection to Linder Road and the fact that we don't currently have plans that are going to, make that a robust arterial headed all the way up there. Plus, again, we've already mentioned Beacon Light Road. And I guess, and I wonder also if, a 3-lane connection from the south is going to be added. And that's, of course, something that we'll have to look at the traffic numbers for that. But that, I have to admit, that's a concern of mine. And maybe I'm concerned without sufficient information to be concerned. But that's kind of where I come from, because with Beacon Light Road only being a 2 or 3 lane road at the moment, and it's built out, in the future, likewise, some of these Linder Road projects, this all kind of concerns me as perhaps a need to then, shift resources and what have you. So I apologize. I know I'm rambling here, not really asking a question, because it's really, I'm expressing a concern about our adequate facilities connecting this development.
President May and Commissioner McKinney, once again, since this is a high-level planning document, I think the subsequent plats as they come in and as each 100 units is brought before you and the staff has a chance to review that, there are trigger points along the way of these improvements to be built out over time. It's not all or nothing. And so I believe in the next presentation that you're going to see, and in the traffic impact study itself, which we can have John Ringer address if you'd like to, you can see where these improvements for these surrounding roadways are improved over time over the next 10, 15, 20, 30 years as the project is built out.
So let me ask a hypothetical question. If, suppose a little ways down the line, we come back and say, you know, that a 3-lane section on the extension of Linder Road is not going to be adequate. It needs to be a 5-lane section. Is that the kind of thing that you'll be willing to do and able to do? And I think, does that one cross any BLM land? I'm not sure. I think, does part of it cross the BLM land? Is your BLM process going to allow for that kind of an adjustment down the road if we decide that that's necessary?
Yeah. President May and Commissioner McKinney, I'm going to turn my head and look for a confirmation, but I believe that Linder Road is planned, and the grant that we have is for 5 lanes right now for the Linder extension all the way up through there. Is that correct, gentlemen? Okay. I think the only decision there is really back to the local jurisdiction. What size of road would they like there in that location, and where they really want traffic to be allocated to? It's our understanding, and working with the city of Eagle, that they preferred to have RA Way built to begin with, and the intersection out to Highway 16. So that's where we're starting. We're trying to train that traffic pattern and take advantage of all of the improvements that are going to be made to Highway 16 over the coming years, and facilitate a lot of the traffic in that direction. But once again, I'm going to defer to the city as to the ultimate size of that road offsite. We can build to a 3, or we can build to a 5. We have the right of way for that.
Okay, but just to clarify then, that won't be built initially, that'll be built later. REWay will be built first, and then some years down the line, how far down the line the plan to build that Linder extension?
Yeah, President May and Commissioner McKinney, I think in the staff report here, they're recommending at around 500 units, or after 500 units, a second point of access into the project be constructed, of which that would be the option.
Okay, all right.
Very good.
Thank you.
Madam President?
Commissioner Pickering?
Thank you. What's the average price of the homes in this development, or at least in this first phase?
President May and Commissioner Pickering, thank you for the question. It's going to range from around mid 400,000s to $1 million, $1.5 million. The great thing about the zoning and the entitlements that Eagle City has put in place is it offers some flexibility in the land types or typologies of houses that we can build there, and our intent is to build a wide variety of homes and home sizes so that it's attainable by a variety of people.
Is that variety going to be captured in this first phase, or is that just more of the overall, that'll be as the end result of the entire development?
Yeah. President May and Commissioner Pickering, no, it is captured in this first phase from the very beginning. It's a variety of home sizes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
One last question.
One
Thanks.
last question.
I appreciate that. Because the comparison is constantly made to Barber Valley and the build out of Barber Valley, and quite a number of things had to happen, like the building of the bridge over with Park Center Bridge. I don't know if you're familiar with all that. No, so I'm very familiar with that. One of the things that they did to address trip capture was the extension of transit services. And you're in an area where it's a little further out, but there's a link in the long-term plan. There's only one corridor that's identified north of the river for high-capacity transit. The initial phases of that are going to be built, you know, in the Boise part. Have you had any conversations about doing any trip capture to address this through transit? Have you had conversations with BRT? How you're going to link in this development with plans along that corridor? Have any of those conversations taken place? Because I knew a lot took place in Barber Valley before things moved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, President May and Commissioner Hanson, no, we have not had any discussions yet.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Minnie, did you have anything to add before we go? Okay. So commissioners, we have this before us as a request for approval. Spring Valley Planning Unit Master Plan Number 1, Pump 1.
Madam President,
Motion. Commissioner Goldthorpe.
yes, I'd make a motion that the Spring Valley Planning Unit Master Plan Number 1 be approved.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion before us. Any further discussion?
This is
Madam President,
Maker of the motion.
Commissioner Pickering, then I'll come back to you, Commissioner Hanson. Go
oh,
ahead.
okay, yeah, I just, I appreciate Mindy's work, staff's work, the applicant's work. I think where I'm struggling, similar to what Commissioner McKinney had described, you know, this, even though we don't have the traffic studies that truly capture the overall impact this is gonna have on our network, I feel like that's really unfortunate because we don't have an accurate picture of kind of what we're approving. And we don't have a good estimate of how we can afford it. So, and I think just fundamentally, although we're not a land use agency, the decisions that land use agencies make, such as this, put a burden on us. And it's just unfortunate that this is the type of growth that puts our taxpayers in a bind because we're paying more for this type of development other than if it was infill. So it's going to be more expensive for us to do like snow removal, all the things, for all the folks that have to use our larger network, aside from the private roads that are inside of it. They're going to rely heavily on our network. So fundamentally, I'm going to not vote in favor of this.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. Madam President, I was here in 2015 after several years of really getting a heartfelt discussion with the folks in Eagle about what our long-range plans are and what the consequences of development, because this was already entitled at that point, or it was going to be on their neighborhood. And we made a commitment, I believe we made a commitment that we would do everything to make sure that the quality of their neighborhood is protected from future development. I can't in good conscience vote for this because we're a recommending body. We don't affect the entitlement. The landowners have already got that entitlement. They can build as much as they want within that entitlement. But this specifically, as a recommending body, we are specifically on the record saying Beacon Night needs to be 5 lanes. That it says it at several points, the master street map needs to be, so we are making an assumption that this is gonna have to happen. And I can't support a document that basically, to me, contradicts my vote in 2015. The other is concerns I've raised with all foothills development, and that is because we have an obligation to clear snow quickly as possible, we shouldn't be adding new streets with slopes over 6%, public streets over 6%, because that takes away from the safety and opportunities to get the streets that already have snow coverage. You know, there's a lot of development that's happening in the area that's going to be served by our new maintenance area at Ustick. And this is a ways up there. They're going to be going all the way up in those foothills, clearing those whatever percentage of the streets and then coming back down. So I have a problem with that. I think this can move forward with private roads. That's fine. I think Commissioner Pickering's pointed out, you know, they have probably the capacity. I've seen this in neighborhoods all over the valley. They're like, well, let's deal with our own maintenance issues, and we can do that. I know it's probably easier to sell if you know that the public's going to pick up the tab on maintaining the streets. But the flip side is you can design your streets more specifically to prevent cut-through traffic, and there's a lot of design opportunities on private streets that don't exist when you have to meet the larger street standards of ACC. So I can't in good conscience vote for this due to my vote in 2015 and my commitment that I made with respect to the way we would treat, and I can't go on record supporting a staff report that recommends basically changing that decision.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to have to back up a little bit. This was not listed as a public hearing, but it's just been pointed out and brought to my attention that some people had signed up to testify and make comment on this. So, Mr. Price, do we just leave it in the discussion here and then have individuals come up and speak to us? We're not out of order, okay. All right, Miss Nicole Baird Spencer, it says if needed, would you like to come up and make a comment?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nicole Baird Spencer, City of Eagle, 660 East Civic Lane, Eagle, Idaho 83616. I'm the Director of Long Range Planning and Capital Projects, and I was the former project manager for Spring Valley Development. I've been at the city for almost 20 years and was the project manager until about a year and a half ago. So I wanted to just kind of come up and clarify a few things just that I've heard in some of your questioning. First off, Spring Valley is a unique beast and animal. It really is. When the city brought this into our comprehensive plan in 2005, we knew that this was going to be something different than we'd ever done before. And we built into the system the planning unit master plan process, that pump process, which was the city's guide to say, we recognize this is a 40, 50-year build out of a project, and everyone needs to have a check to come back to make sure, are we still in line with the approvals? Are we still in line with the concepts that the development agreement professed as to why it was desirous to become part of the City of Eagle? That process doesn't exist in Idaho statute, doesn't exist in ACHD policy. The pump master plan really is a courtesy process established in Eagle City Code that says we will do this process and we will reach out to the agencies and ask them for their follow-up and their concerns about this. And that's the process we're in today. I want to also point out that when the city completed the comp plan in 2005, we actually came to ACHD and said our entitlement is contingent upon ACH doing the Northwest Foothills Transportation Plan, which was done shortly after our adoption of the comprehensive plan, which was us asking ACHD to please work with us to decide what the roadway system needed to be within the foothills. What were the arterial and collector networks that needed to be integrated into your master street maps for design, for consideration. At that time, that Northwest Foothills Transportation Plan forecasted over 17,000 units in the foothills. Your arterial and collector network that is in your master street map represents not just this development, but the development of the foothills. The city did that intentionally. We wanted to make sure that the roadway network was planned ahead of development moving forward. We said several times in this discussion today that this application entitles them to build 2,200 units. This application does not entitle them to build 2,200 units. This application entitles them to make application to subdivide up to 2,200 units. That process statutorily will come back to ACHD for your review and consideration and application of your standards and policies to ensure that when you are signing that plat as the plat citing authority, it does meet your conditions. That's one of the reasons I think there is some confusion here about how much is this going to cost and what is this going to look like, because we're not to the point in which we can at this point in time, and I think your next application is going to start that process, get there. As to Commissioner Pickering's request about cost of taxes generated, roughly $5 million annually of build out will come from Spring Valley specifically. That's residential only. That does not include commercial. I have a really hard time being able to take 1 million square feet of commercial and tell you what that tax value is, but it's about $5 million from residential based on current land values within the City of Eagle. So that's your 8% of the tax bill of a current resident of the City of Eagle. So, which is about what the same the City of Eagle is. Couple other things is the city, just to be clear, for the last 3 years has requested in our integrated 5-year work program request, Beacon Light Road to be looked at. We've asked for this. We've asked for road typology. We've asked to talk about what this road looks like. It hasn't come forward yet. We're going to keep asking. We will. But that's the status of that. We have, you can go back and look at the last 3 years of letters of request from the City of Eagle. We've made that request. I don't think it's fair to put that burden on the landowner who has come in. We've been working with them diligently and been making that request to you. We recognize we need to talk about roads in Eagle. We're here to talk about roads, about Eagle. It feels like forever. But we do know that this is a city kind of unto itself. We recognize its disconnect. It is city's policy of our elected officials to see the connection at RUA first and foremost to begin training that traffic. We all know that there will be latent demand when Blinder connects and people will use it. But what we want to do is really begin the development on 16 to recognize that highway function. And we are committed to working with State Highway 6, with the ITD and ACHD in the next 2 years to review what 16 looks like in the long term. Certainly there have been huge measures, and none of us anticipated, I certainly didn't, when I started in Eagle, State Highway 16 connecting to the interstate, but it is. And I think we're looking to start to see that change in the traffic patterns, those destination and origin studies to look at what that looks like. And I think the applicants tried really hard to think and consider through that phasing at the request of the city of Eagle. Just want to make sure I got it all. Sorry, guys. I will say, not only is it the city's desire to see these be public roads, it's in our code. Eagle City Code 11A, which was adopted specifically for this development, states that no more than 20% of the units can be served by a private road. So that would be a requirement for the city of Eagle to amend its code. Just to let you know, we did transmit that to you 5 times in our adoption of it in 2017 to your staff for consideration and review. So it's not something that we're trying to surprise you with. The intent had always been that these be public roads from the very beginning, if you start looking at the Foothills, Northwest Foothills Transportation Plan. So if there's any questions for me as the City of Eagle, I'm certainly happy to answer them for you. But I really want to focus that this is an advisory recommendation to the City of Eagle. We did move forward. This was transmitted in September of last year to you. So we're almost into a year of your guys' review, which is fine. Happy to do it. Because we want to know when we get to plotting that we have everything considered. But we did move forward with this already at the City of Eagle and have already granted them the ability to move forward. At this point in time, your recommendation is holding up them moving forward in plotting on the large lot plat, which is your next application. So that's really the linchpin for them, is they cannot move to a public hearing at the City of Eagle without a recommendation on the large lot plat from ACHD, which is your statutory review authority.
All right, any questions for Nicole?
Madam President.
Thank you, Commissioner Pickering.
I just want to say thank you, Nicole, for coming up and answering some additional questions and just clarifying the process. I think that was really helpful. Thank you.
Certainly.
Always. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. Brooke, I have you down, but did you have anything else that you wanted to add real quick here before we take the vote?
Commissioners, myself and the rest of the people there on our list, we're just, we put them in case you needed us.
That's what I thought.
We may not need any other comment.
All right, thank you. All right, and that would be Eric as well, and James. Everybody's all together. Okay, so that is it for public comment, clarification. Commissioners, we have a motion before us. I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, motion passes. All right, number 2. Ms. Wallace, Spring Valley Phase 1 subdivision, large lot preliminary plat, EPP 21-0012, PP-17-21, request for approval.
Madam President, Commissioners, for the record, Mindy Wells, Development Services. Before you, we have a decision briefing for the Spring Valley Large Lot Decision, our preliminary plat, and this is a decision briefing. So today we'll go through a brief project overview where we'll talk a little bit about the process, traffic study findings for Beacon Light Road, which include alternative mitigation measures, recommended changes to the master street map, site access through VLM, modifications and waiver policy, and then if public streets are constructed, new arterial and collector roadways that would be constructed within the site. So before you, we have the Spring Valley Large Lot.
Lost you.
Is that better?
That's better, yeah. Okay. Just make sure you speak really loud.
So before you again, we have that image that was before you with the previous application for the pump, and then the preliminary plat area is highlighted in red. The site's located east of State Highway 16 and north of Equest Lane. Oops. And I know this is hard to see, But what we have here is a 40-lot subdivision with 20 residential large lots, 1 large commercial lot, 19 common lots on approximately 1,000 acres. So like we talked about previously, this is proposed to be an infrastructure plat to allow the applicant to construct the roadways and the utilities and plat large tracts, which are intended to be developed into future residential and commercial subdivisions. So the pump is what was before you, and that's our guiding document. The current application we have is this large lot infrastructure preliminary plat. And then the next phase of this would be the replatting of those large lots. So you'll hear me talk about the first phase of the development. The traffic study included a specific analysis for the first phase, which includes up to 500 single-family building lots. Just to be clear, the preliminary plat before you today contains no single-family building lots. It's just these large lots, or I'm going to call them large lot tracts, which will be replatted to include all of those single-family building lots.
Going forward.
Moving forward, yes. So the first phase of the development is anticipated to generate 4,571 vehicle trips per day, 476 of those trips occurring during the PM peak hour. A traffic study was prepared for the first phase of the project and found that there are 2 segments of Beacon Light Road, State Highway 16 to Linder Road, and Linder Road to Park Lane, which would need to be widened from 2 to 3 lanes to mitigate the site-generated traffic impacts. Consistent with ACHD policy, a shoulder hour analysis was provided and found that these segments of Beacon Light Lane operated acceptably during the shoulder hour. So under ACHD's alternative mitigation policy, if a roadway operates acceptably during the shoulder hour, we're able to take into consideration alternative mitigation. So for that, the study recommended pedestrian improvements be constructed off-site on Linder Road between Beacon Light Road and the site. So staff was supportive of that recommendation and has required the applicant to provide an analysis demonstrating where pedestrian improvements could be constructed on Linder Road prior to plan submittal for their first final plat. This application also includes a recommendation to modify the master street map to change Linder Road extension from a 2-lane foothills arterial to a 5-lane, consistent with the findings of the traffic impact study. Again, back to the issue of the access and the BLM grants. They propose to construct RE Way to serve the development, and also with a future phase, the extension of Linder Road. Both would need to be constructed through BLM land. The applicant has acquired those termable easements from BLM, but not perpetual right-of-way grants. So if the applicant's unable to acquire perpetual right-of-way grants from ACHD to the BLM, then staff has recommended that all of the roads be private within this preliminary plat. So the staff report's a little bit different because of that condition. You may have noticed it's almost has 2 separate sets of conditions. One is for private road, and then the others are included for if public streets are constructed. So the following comments that I'm going to make and present that are included in the staff report would only be applicable if public streets are constructed within the site. A little bit unusual for us is part of this application, staff has recommended that if public streets are constructed, that no waivers or modification of ACHD policy be granted for review and approval for preliminary plats as well as for a construction drawing process. This is an isolated location and would only be accessed via State Highway 16. And for ACHD to take these streets into the public street inventory, we believe they should be designed and constructed meeting all of our standards and policies. And then additionally, 13% of the roadways would be constructed with a grade greater than 6%, necessitating the need for winter operations and maintenance. Given the location for the site and as future preliminary plats develop with additional roadways greater than 6%, we may need to consider the need to have a permanent winter operation or maintenance equipment stationed within the Spring Valley site. At this point, I don't know if we'll need that, and I don't know if our maintenance group would know if that would be necessary at this time, but it is something to consider. So as we've talked about before, the applicant is intending to construct RA Way, a new Foothills Arterial, and then also the Linder Road extension, but that would be constructed at a later time. Because only one access point is proposed with the first phases of this development, RA Way, the site would be limited to 5,000 vehicle trips per day, consistent with ACHD's maximum traffic on one access policy. Staff has recommended allowing up to 500 single-family building lots to be final platted, or the equivalent trips if they come in with some commercial uses or multifamily, prior to obtaining a secondary public street access from the site. This would be approximately 4,715 vehicle trips per day to be served off of the one access point. That's consistent with our policy. So there's that first section of RA Way in green, which they've proposed to construct to serve the site for these first phases. So the applicants propose to construct both RA Way and Linder Road as 5-lane foothills arterial roadways with 4 11-foot wide travel lanes, 13-foot wide center landscape islands, and gravel shoulders and barrow ditches, and a 10-foot wide concrete sidewalk on one side of the roadway through the BLM lands. Staff was supportive of that proposal, and the only change we requested was that the center landscape island be reduced from 13 to 12 feet, consistent with our policy. Within the site, the applicants also proposed to construct RA Way and Linder Road as 5-lane arterial roadways. Again, those 4 11-foot wide travel lanes, a 13-foot wide center landscape island. I did forget to mention the bike lanes. 6-foot wide bike lanes are proposed on both the on and off-site portions of RA Way and Linder Road. And then some segments of the blue roads within the site were proposed to have sidewalk or a 10-foot wide concrete pathway on only one side and some on both sides. So consistent with our policy, staff's recommended the construction of sidewalk on both sides of all of the arterial roadways within the site, and again, the reduction of that center landscape island from 13 to 12 feet. Big Gulch Parkway is the collector that we've been talking about, and as the applicant mentioned, it's proposed to terminate just shy of State Highway 16 with an emergency access only. The applicants propose to construct Big Gulch Parkway as a 2-lane foothills collector with 2 11-foot wide travel lanes, 5-foot wide bike lanes, and a 13-foot wide center landscape island, again, vertical curb gutter. And they propose to construct a 5-foot wide detached sidewalk on one side of the roadway, or in some segments, both sides of the roadway. So again, consistent with our policy, we've recommended that a minimum of a 5-foot wide sidewalk be constructed on both sides of the collector roadway. Because Big Gulch Parkway is a collector and there'll be lots of residential access onto that roadway, staff has recommended that the roadway be narrowed to two travel lanes for approximately 300 feet between all of the center landscape islands to kind of create some narrowing and a soft chicane effect. And then for both the collector and arterial roadways, we wanted to provide the applicant some flexibility to ensure that the City of Eagle is getting the type of roadways that they desire within the project. So staff has included findings that would allow for the construction of 10-foot wide concrete multi-use pathways on both sides of RA Way, Linder Road, and Big Gulch Parkway in lieu of constructing the proposed on-street bike lanes. So in summary, what's before you is a large lot infrastructure preliminary plat in which access via State Highway 16 from Erie Way is proposed to serve these initial phases, with Linder Road coming on with later. Again, we can't accept the roadways as public streets unless we get the perpetual right-of-way grants from BLM. We're recommending no waivers or modifications of our policy for preliminary plats or construction plan phasing. And then, because this is a preliminary plat application, ACHDS plat signature authority. Staff recommends approval of the staff report as written, and I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. So I did not get any indication from Mr. Holt that you were averse to building to ACHD standards. Is that correct? So no issue there. Are you already engaged in the process here with the BLM? Talking back and forth? Okay. So in your estimation, are you thinking things are moving in the right direction here, or too early to tell? Oh, you do? Okay. All right. So this meets all our policies with the contingency that we have the BLM sign off. If not, then it's 9 miles. Is it 9 miles?
Madam President, that's correct. It's 7 miles.
And they would all have to be private roads. So that's where we are.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioners? Comments?
Madam President, I have a question for Mindy.
Commissioner Hanson.
So Mindy, I know you said, you're recommending no waivers. That's written in the staff report. By a vote of, whatever we vote on. We say, okay, in the future, we're not gonna waive. But if the applicant wants to apply back and say, I need you to waive this, all it takes is 3 votes for the commission to waive it. So it's a little, we'd like you not to waive it, but there's really nothing we can do if in the future you decide to waive it, right?
Madam President, Commissioner Hanson, I mean, yes, you are correct. As an applicant can ask for a waiver or modification of anything. Right. But I do think it's important in an isolated foothills location that, we're accepting things that meet our standards. And I believe that that's really important in this instance.
Thanks. Well, I think the description you put as an isolated foothills location makes it quite unique in the burdens it places on all the taxpayers. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner McKinney.
Mindy, just to clarify, as you're going through and talking about the different street cross sections for the arterials and collectors, at first you talked about bike lanes and sidewalks, and then later you mentioned, so let me just clarify, the intent is on these arterials and collectors that you'll be doing, instead of the on-street bike lanes, we'll be doing the 10-foot multi-use pathways according to the more recent ACHD guidelines. Is that correct?
Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, so the applicant proposed to construct on-street bike lanes on the arterial and the collector, and that meets our policy today. Our policies haven't been updated to require that detached multi-use pathway. We have had several discussions with the applicant regarding the removal of the bike lane from the street and having those 10-foot wide multi-use pathways. So staff thought it was the best thing to include both options, as both would be acceptable.
Okay, so in this, so the request for approval today, if we approve it, it allows for either one? Then we could end up with...
That is correct.
Okay. I'm just curious, and this would be a question for staff generally. Has it not been established as our standard policy to go with the multi-use pathways? Is that not the case?
Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, the Development Services Policy hasn't been updated to reflect that yet. It is included as part of the updates that we're working with legal on for this fall.
Okay.
We're just not quite there yet.
Okay. Thank you. I think those are my only questions.
Okay, thank you. Question? Comment?
Just one. Is there a possibility that we could insert the multi-use pathway into here instead of the concrete sidewalk?
Madam President, Commissioner Goldthorpe, the intent is that the multi-use pathway would be a 10-foot wide concrete pathway that would be, constructed meeting ADA standards. I
didn't think they all had to be concrete, so understood.
They do if we're removing the bike lane from the street.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good question. Yeah. All right, any other questions or comments, Commissioner Pickering? Are you good? Okay. All right, any other comments from the applicant? We're good? All right. Oh, Mr. Hull? Thank you, Mindy. There's something you'd like to clarify?
Do I need to state my name for the record again? Okay, it's Brooke Cole with GWC Capital, 869 North, 1500 West, Orem, Utah, 84057. Hopefully I got the same one as
There you
last
go.
time.
We run a tight ship.
Good, good. And President May and Commissioners, there's just two questions that we have that we would like consideration on the site-specific conditions that have been outlined in the staff report. I'd like to draw your attention to item number 1 first, and then I'm going to turn the presentation over to Eric Langbart to discuss item number 10, if we can.
You point out
We
the
do agree
page,
with-
Yes,
page number.
that would be helpful.
Item number 1 is on page 32, and item number 10 is on page number 33. Thank you. If I can address just the first one, this is a continuation of the discussion that we had previously related to the BLM existing right-of-way grants that we have and the process to get them to either a perpetual easement or to a final easement in a typical form that ACHD has accepted before. Once again, this condition here states that ACHD will not review the plans for construction of the public streets without this development for this development until the perpetual right-of-way grants from 2HD from BLM have been provided. Well, that's post. We have to design them, we have to construct them, and we have to have them accepted by both agencies before, once again, to our understanding, that the perpetual easements will be granted. And so we would like that condition removed so that we can submit the drawings to ACHD, so that we can work with ACHD and your field superintendents and everything else during the construction process to make sure that they do meet your standards, so that when it comes time to accept them and the BLM will simultaneously grant those easements, that it can all be done at that point in time. I don't know, I want to turn maybe to your general counsel first to make sure I've stated that correctly, if that's okay.
Okay. I believe Mr. Spears.
In our discussions with Mr. Spears and with Scott Holbert at BLM, we understand that to be our understanding is the process.
Mr. Price.
Madam President, Steve Price, General Counsel, we're good with the applicant's request to have that condition removed because that process does require, as he explained earlier, the timing of it and.
So it was a little bit out of order.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't think staff knew that at the time.
Okay.
So we're fine with that.
We're good with that? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Price.
Madam President, the intent was that, we're quite behind on our plan reviews right now, is that we weren't taking on additional work for roadways that may or may not become public streets.
Okay. All right. But we're firm on the understanding that if that does not take place, then it would revert to the private streets. I mean, everybody's on the same page there. We're just going to go through the process a little bit different order. Okay. All right. Any questions on that?
10.
All right. Next.
Yeah, and if I can, I'll turn it over to Eric Langbart to address the multi-use trail and sidewalk issue, if you can, please. Thank
All
you
right,
for your
thank you.
consideration of this.
All right. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. So we're gonna pull up a PDF. Eric Langvart with Langvart Design Group, 336 West Broadway, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84101.
All right.
So specifically, as Brooke mentioned, we want to request a waiver, I think is the right language here, for the Big Gulch Parkway portion that is a collector, and specifically, as Mindy indicated, relating to the sidewalks and the adjacent trails. Just for reference, this portion is just for Linder and Southwest there, which you can see Linder on the top right, the intersection there, just almost off your screen, but you can see it moving to the south and west. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so this portion of Big Gulch Parkway from this intersection of Linder, south and west to the end of the project here. And what's unique not only about the roadways in the foothills here is that this roadway also is paralleling either on one side or the other, are floodway, which we're calling the greenway. We kind of thought the Big Gulch floodplain wasn't quite as marketable, so it's more of a greenway through here. But what that gives us the opportunity to do is per our agreement, the development agreement with the city, is to provide a multi-purpose path through here, which you can see in red, and I'll zoom in on some of these plans because this is really hard to see.
Helpful. Sure.
Yeah, this is almost 2 miles, so you can see the scale is pretty tremendous through here. But what that does is it meets the intent of our development agreement with the city, and then it also does provide a 10-foot concrete path on one side of the road, and I'll zoom in on what we're asking for in here in a couple sections. But just for reference, the first section we're going to look at is in here, and then the second one, section B, is here. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Unless I can control that up here, and I don't. Okay. Is it on this? Sorry. Okay, thank you. So this first section, and what we're going to show you are 2 sections for each of these roadway corridors. So the first section is our current proposal, and one of the things I think that's important here is not only the roadway, and you can see the median here with this Big Gulch Parkway, the roadway corridor, but then the adjacent floodplain or greenway that you can see in here, and then in various locations the residential proposed that's adjacent to it. And that's important because a lot of times that residential is relating to the greenway with an additional sidewalk. So the sidewalks in here that are 5-foot concrete are in blue. The Big Gulch Parkway is in gray, and then the 10-foot multi-use path is in red. And so a lot of times what you will see here is, for instance, on the right side of the section down here, the homes are backing to Big Gulch Collector. And so we do have the standard 5-foot offset here in blue. But on the other side of that, the homes are side loaded and are a substantial distance away from the road and have their own access in a 5-foot sidewalk. So we've basically taken the requirement of the 5-foot walkway that's here and moved it across the floodplain to the residential where pedestrians are going to access it as part of their pedestrian route. But through that, we do also then have the 10-foot concrete pathway that is generally in the location of that other required 5-foot offset for Big Gulch Parkway, if that makes sense. So effectively through here, we have 20 feet of pavement, but we're putting them in locations that are corresponding to the site conditions that make the most sense. Now this Big Gulch Parkway, just to expand on, or the Big Gulch Corridor, the Greenway, just to expand on that a little bit, is going to be a highly amenitized, very well-programmed, landscaped corridor that really is the unifying corridor and pedestrian corridor movement through the whole project, from the very northeast over at Willow Creek all the way down to Highway 16, connecting parks and neighborhoods to our town center, as well as each of these neighborhood landscape areas or neighborhood parks, or whatever they may be along that corridor. And I'll make one other comment about the. Let me go to this first. So this second slide is that same section, but we've added the requested additional 5-foot concrete walk here, and you can see that on the plan here. So now all of a sudden we have 3 5-footers in that 10-foot corridor. So this really is the crux of our request, is to allow that 10-foot concrete path to replace and be the pedestrian movement for that second 5-foot concrete sidewalk. The other thing I wanted to touch on quickly on this, with our collector, we have our medians proposed, which we think are great. We think they add a lot of safety, a lot of landscape enhancement, shade, all the things that we know the medians do. But for our discussions with fire, they have actually requested, if we keep the medians here, we need to keep those bike lanes in the road to maintain our 20-foot drivable for the fire access. So back to the comment about the possibility, the option of pulling that bike lane out of the road and making them larger multi-use paths on both sides. we would rather keep the median and the bike lane that would be required for that fire access within the road, and just have the 10-foot path, multi-use path on one side and the 5 on the other. We think that's the best of, I don't know if it's both worlds, it might be all worlds, however many there are there. I'm going to move to the next section unless you guys have specific questions or comments on this. The next one, I think, and we can come back to these, but the next one is another scenario that is similar, just a little bit different location on the plan. This time the pathway is on the right-hand side, the multi-use path in red. Again, we have the sidewalk here on the left-hand side or the north side of the roadway. These residential units would actually be alley loaded, and their front doors would, just like in a traditional alley loaded product, their front doors would access that 5-foot sidewalk that's part of the roadway corridor. The lots on this side, though, for instance, are front loaded, and so they have the Big Gulch greenway behind it, and then between that you have the 10-foot multi-use path, again providing both sides of the road with concrete walkways basically. And then you can see here how the neighborhoods in these blue, all the blue are 5-foot sidewalks, how those get you to that path and then get you in and along that roadway. And again, the second slide here shows you if we were to add that additional 5-foot concrete path in there, what we feel is just maybe an over, it's gonna be less landscape, it's gonna be more concrete, basically the same pedestrian connectivity we feel with that scenario. So that is really the crux of our request. So one thing I did want to point out in here is as we get toward the end of Big Gulch Parkway, this multi-use path does continue to follow the floodway, the greenway through here. So it moves away from the road. And so from that portion down, we would also still provide the dual 5-foot sidewalks on both sides of the road as per the ACHD requested section. So I'll stand for questions.
All right, I appreciate that. I do have a question. Is this the first time you're hearing this, the staff? Have you had this discussion about some of these changes prior to this presentation?
President May, this is new information for me, but however, I have been out of the office for the last week and a half. So if this was presented to us in such a way at the time the staff report was written, we would have been able to support this proposal based on the images that were provided for the staff report. It appeared that they were only proposing to construct a sidewalk on one side of the roadway, but in this instance, if it's a concrete multi-use pathway and it's design meeting all of our standards, we would be able to support that.
Be able to. All right, thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
Madam
Commissioner
President
Hanson?
and Mindy, so I think they just made my point, that our policies don't contemplate unique circumstances. And we see this all over the valley. And we now have an example where there's 2 locations that they're requesting a waiver, and it makes sense. It totally makes sense. And if they were, and so I do have heartburn saying for some reason our policies are sacrosanct and they can't ask for waivers, and to put into this. That's why I just want to say this is a really good example. We have this all over the place. And unfortunately, the way in which waivers are requested, if they're denied at the staff level because at a high level we've said we don't want to look at waivers, then we never actually look at the context-sensitive differences. It's not your fault. I just disagree that we should not have a condition in this that says we won't be looking at waivers in the future.
I think you have a comment, Mindy.
Yeah, President May, Commissioner Hanson, I just wanted to clarify, if they had asked for a sidewalk on only one side or a pedestrian facility on one side, that would have been a waiver of policy. In this case, they're asking to construct a 10-foot wide pathway, which exceeds our policy. Our minimum is a 5-foot wide detached. They're asking to exceed that. So we're not recommending any waivers or modification of policy. We would simply be saying, this exceeds our policy and, we think this is great, it's approved, and we move on. So there is a nuanced difference in that.
Okay, appreciate it.
Madam President?
All right, Commissioner Popo.
not to necessarily contradict that at all, but I know the overriding policy that we've always had here is that when development or developers such as this have anything they would like in any way, shape, or form different, they can always appeal to the commission. By this being presented to us here prevents maybe weeks of delay and is accomplishing the same thing. So I think this is great.
Madam President.
Commissioner Pickering.
Thank you. I just wanted to know what was kind of the average width or length of that entire corridor with the sidewalk, multi-use path, and that greenway. Don't know if the applicant can come back and or scroll down a little bit and share how wide, how all this is.
Yes, thank you. It's a good question because scale on this project is often difficult to really understand with a single plan. But I think generally our floodway or greenway is about 180 feet. And then you add in the right-of-way of the road, which, James, is at 60? Well, I guess the right-of-way is another 77. So, I mean, from home to home, we're going to be well over 250, 280, 300 feet through this entire corridor. And in some locations, even larger. And I think the other thing that I would point out, just kind of backing up, because I am, on the land planning side is, we've located the potential school site right in the middle of this corridor. We've got a neighborhood park that anchors this in, so it really could become, one of the most interesting. I know Eagle has a lot of great roads and great streets, but I think this has the opportunity to join that list just because of those dimensions and those opportunities within it.
Thank you for that, because it is hard to tell how wide, excuse me, to scale how big this is. And then on a somewhat related note, you're talking about floodplain, making sure that that's safe and secure once it's developed. But from a fire prevention standpoint, do you guys have like ponds proposed, or what else are you doing on that front?
Yeah, from a fire prevention standpoint, I think right now we are just proposing, the Big Gulch Parkway has the appropriate widths for access, and I know that as we've gotten into each of these neighborhood designs, we're making sure that the fire department is comfortable with all of the roadway accesses so that we don't have any issues. We are proposing one pond. I don't think that, I know the fire study had mentioned maybe utilizing that or a tank, but I think the biggest thing we're doing here is it's going to be a very accessible corridor for fire prevention and then doing all of the proper plantings and separation and those things. So I think it's more of a physical design from an access standpoint than it is water service beyond what's already being provided with hydrants, et cetera.
All right, thank you.
No, you're okay. One of the things that Eric is trying to hit on here, Commissioner Pickering, that you're talking about, I apologize. This is Brooke Cole with GWC Capital, 869 North, 1500 West Orem, Utah, 84057. What he's getting at here is this is a big, long, linear park. And as you can see in the cross section here, the floodplain component of it is just one piece of it. It's very shallow and wide on purpose, such that it can create other recreational opportunities in here as well, as it links multiple community centers and parks together and other recreational activities. This whole greenway here will be landscaped and has been thoughtfully landscaped by Eric and the rest of their group with the plant material that is fairly fire resistant, and is also going to be irrigated as well, because we have secondary water here from this development that will be used to irrigate this corridor. So it is going to be a large, long, linear green park in this area that everybody can use as the major central spine as an alternative to being on the roads themselves.
All right, very good.
Thank you for that, because I wonder too, I hear a lot about our, our groundwater infrastructure and all of that, obviously in a more urban environment. So just, educate me and forgive my ignorance, but to your point about, making it fire safe to a degree as much as you can. I'm sure aesthetics play a big role in that as well. But how does stormwater and that type of bit from our policy standpoint interface with a greenway like such as this and stormwater preservation? I'm just curious.
Yeah, President May and Commissioner Pickering, this corridor here that you see depicted in these cross sections actually is the central confluence for a centralized and regional detention. And so it acts as the conduit down to a larger storage pond at the end of the development, as opposed to having multiple smaller pieces along the way. And so this corridor leads down to a big regional detention for the whole project at the end of the project before it leaves our site and goes off into Highway 16 and down the corridor there.
But even though it's within, you guys are constructing, private roads within this development, that still meets like the ACHD policy guide, or is that not the case?
Yes, it does.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you.
Madam President, while you're still up there, I just want to say, I would really encourage you to look where our policies aren't consistent with your view of the safety of the functioning of these neighborhoods are like. There's way too many examples, especially in foothills roads, which are built to ACHD standards, but they're dangerous, especially because on a slope, it's a tendency to speed down and it's not safe then for the neighbors to walk or bike nearby. I could give you lots of examples, Shaw Mountain Road, Shenandoah, Stone Point, there's a whole bunch of them. And then my concern is that because we are going to impose this requirement, that staff basically automatically deny any requests for a waiver, that you'll then say, oh, no. I would encourage you actually to say, what is the safest thing, the thing that's going to make this neighborhood the most vibrant? And if we have, and we have somewhat generic descriptions of what some of these road widths should be. Arterial or one thing, but collectors are still, to my mind, the standards are too wide. We actually got the local roads narrowed down to a little bit. It's still not wide enough, but we require this waiver process if you want to come down a little lower. So if this gets passed, I actually would encourage you, for safety reasons, for aesthetic reasons, for livability reasons, for the very reasons that are probably going to be outlined in our safety action plan that we're going to work on with Compass, to actually come and ask for a waiver.
Yeah, President May and Commissioner Hanson, you're exactly right. But there's conflicting groups who have different, like the fire marshal wants wider roads. The staff is recommending doing narrower roads, and we agree with you. That to be more livable, the roads need to be narrow, we need to slow the speeds down, and so on and so forth. But from a fire access standpoint, there's sometimes we just can't do that. And so where we can, we would like to provide recommendations and ask for the modifications where they're appropriate. And I do think that the process here, and I do need to tell the staff thank you, because this has been a very long process. They've been involved with us for over a year now, almost a year and a half in reviewing this, as well as Eagle City. The pump process is a good process to look at a large piece and to say, where does it make sense? And as you can see here on this map, we've taken the time to say, here's where the intersections ought to be located. Here's how these neighborhoods will be serviced. And hopefully the livability of the community is enhanced by looking at a larger and more comprehensive review of it.
Thank you. And Madam President, I would encourage you to talk to the fire departments, because a lot of times it's connectivity that they prefer, not width. They can handle width.
Agreed.
Cars get out of the way when a fire truck comes. But if there's not good connectivity, that's where they run into difficulties. So usually they're not. The Boise Fire Department said, no, we have no problem with these waivers for narrower roads, just as long as there's a connecting point that I can get around.
You are correct.
And I don't know what the fire folks in Eagle are doing, or whether they fall back on that.
Yeah, Chief Kaminsky's provided a recommendation in here as part of the staff, as you'll see in here. I guess it is part of your comment, President May and Commissioner Hanson, if I can, is I'm understanding that the recommendation to not seek for any waivers or modifications is going to be allowed for us to come back and do that. The condition in here, if it is, I'd like to have it removed, because I do think it's important to be able to come back and ask for those. Not that we're not going to build to the standard of the road prism and those types of things, but if there are anything related to policy and stuff like that that makes sense, I do think I would like the opportunity to come back and ask and not just have it unilaterally stripped from the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mindy, Mr. Price, is that something we can just put in the motion with a caveat? All right.
Madam
All right,
President,
Commissioner McKinney?
just a couple of comments. As far as the cross-section is concerned with the, adjustment of the multi-use pathway compared to sidewalks, it wouldn't make any sense to have both a sidewalk and a multi-use pathway on one given side of the road. So that part of the presentation, that makes perfect sense to me. And I guess from the fire department's standpoint, the width of the roadway, the width of the travelway being they're requiring a certain minimum width, and therefore that's why the bike lanes are still on the roadway instead of taken off. One thing that I can, just looking at this, bicyclists generally are going to, where they have it, they'll use the multi-use pathway, and very likely the sidewalk also. A lot of them, rather than using the on-street bike lane, because that's the sort of thing that we've seen and has been the reason for our moving to the multi-use pathways instead of the on-street bike lanes. I did have one question though. Mindy, perhaps you can answer this question for me. Back on one of your slides, the term shoulder hour was mentioned, and I guess I'm displaying my ignorance, but is that something other than the peak hour? Is that what we're talking about?
President May and Commissioner McKinney are exactly right. So a shoulder hour analysis would be perhaps an hour before or after the PM peak hour. So typically if a roadway operates acceptably between like 3 to 4 or then from 6 to 7, that's when we would say that it meets the shoulder hour or operates acceptably outside of those peak hours.
So why are we measuring that instead of the peak hour?
We ask to measure both under our alternative mitigation policy. So
your presentation showed that we're fine during the shoulder hours, but what about during the peak hour?
So not under the peak hour, and there's 2 segments that under the peak hour exceed acceptable level of planning threshold. So that was Beacon Light from 16 to Linder and then Linder to Park. So in the peak hour, those should be widened from a 2 to 3 lane, but because they meet the shoulder hour and that roadway is programmed in our capital improvements plan, consistent with the policy staff's recommended alternative mitigation, which would be those pedestrian improvements off-site on Linder Road.
So the policy is that if we have a roadway that is slated for improvement in the future and the development traffic impact exceeds the allowable threshold during the peak hour, we can still approve it if it's okay during the shoulder hours, contingent upon, because we have these other improvements planned for the future. Is that what the policy is?
President May, Commissioner McKinney, that's correct. It's actually on page 8 of your staff report. It talks specifically about if traditional mitigation measures are infeasible, such as widening of a road. That's when these alternative mitigation measures come into play, which include, is it funded in the capital improvements plan? Does the roadway or intersection operate acceptably during the shoulder hour? And then alternative mitigation that may be available. So the widening of Beacon Light in this location, perhaps we don't have all the right-of-way available to do a widening. So in that case, it's an infeasible improvement. Or, we know Beacon Light in its current configuration is kind of constrained with short shoulders and deep barrow ditches. It's infeasible to construct a pedestrian improvement along that segment of road. So in this case, the alternative mitigation for them is to look for opportunities to construct pedestrian improvements along Linder Road instead.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we're at the end. Mindy, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very thorough and long for you. We're happy to have you back, and this certainly was a little baptism by fire into this Spring Valley team. Thank you for being here and providing answers and clarification to the commission as well. So commissioners, we have an item before us. It's a request for approval. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam President,
Commissioner Goldthorpe.
but I'm gonna have to have some help because there's 2 or 3 little add-ons to the motion that are gonna have to come. And Steve's used to helping me, so
Yeah.
here he comes. I move that we approve the Spring Valley Phase 1 subdivision large lot preliminary plat, EPP 21-0012, PP-17-21, with the following amendments.
You ready for me?
I am.
With the removal of condition number 1 in the staff report, and the second condition is to accept the applicant's proposal for,
Number 10.
number 10 for pedestrian multi-use path facilities in accordance with the presentation, and staff will amend the staff report to reflect that.
And I believe and also to preserve their right to appeal a waiver.
Yes.
Denial, okay.
That too.
Yep.
That's the
Okay,
motion.
we've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion before us. Any further discussion?
Madam, go ahead. Did you want to speak to your motion, Mr. Commissioner Goldthorpe?
No.
No? Okay. I have the same concerns that I expressed on the previous one. And I agree, I totally appreciate that Nicole came up, and yeah, it's really great when the city can share responsibility with the rest of the county for winter maintenance. And the city has not supported us shifting Beacon Light Road to 3 lanes and protect the neighborhood there. They prefer the 5-lane configuration, and so I totally get that, and the developer does too. The comment that was made, I think, was very informative about, winter maintenance operation. We do anticipate we may need taxpayers to cover a separate winter maintenance operation up there in that area. And because of our commitment to protecting foothills slopes prior to those on the flatland, I have difficulty of this. Of course, the previous vote basically created the need to, ACHD has no grounds to deny, but it's based on my previous comments that we do, and we're gonna have some serious issues that the rest of the taxpayers are gonna have to pick up. The city has the ability to do this, to impose this on other parts of the county. We're kind of stuck, but I'm still voting no.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments? All right, we will go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No. Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Nicole, you were included in the Spring Valley team, but I want to point out, we appreciate every time you come in here, you give great updates and briefings, so thank you. All right, that takes us to public communications. Is there anyone we've missed? All right, nobody online? Ms. Spencer? No. All right, with that, we will go ahead and adjourn, and we will take a 10-minute break before we reconvene with our work session. Thank you, gentlemen. Feel my kneecaps. Oh. we're live. All right, welcome back, everyone, and thank you for sticking with us. That was a long but very beneficial process that we just went through. So now, welcome to our post-commission work session on the 8th Street Bikeway Concept Study Update. And we'll hear from Ms. Green. Welcome.
Thank you, President May and Commissioners. For the record, Brooke Green, Senior Transportation Planner within Projects and Planning. I'm before you this afternoon to provide you an update on the 8th Street Bikeway. As you recall, we've been before you a couple times in the past couple months. It was in that last meeting that we had in May where we received direction about evaluating a couple alternatives. So today's presentation, we're going to review those alternatives and make a staff recommendation based off of those. Oh, my presentation is not up.
Screen the green button. And then share it on here.
There we go.
And
Did we lose Alexis?
No.
Okay, fabulous. Do I need a pause for a moment?
Stace, do we need to pause, or I think we're good to?
Commissioner Pickering, are you available?
I am.
Oh, there she is. Okay. Didn't want to start unless you were back at the computer.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right.
All right, you're good to go.
Thank you, President May. Go ahead and move forward just real quick. The recap of our May 25th commission meeting. And when we had a discussion following that meeting, we received direction that we were to look to 3 alternatives. Those 3 alternatives are there before you. We went and evaluated multi-use pathway on 8th Street. This is both the east as well as the west side. A 2-way cycle track on 8th Street. This is the east as well as the west side. And modified concept A at St. John's. In particular, we call this one the drop-off lane. In the following presentation, I'm going to go ahead and go over all 3 of those, but I also just want to reiterate, I'm going to bring up Zach Pietmeyer from CCDC to also participate in the presentation.
Okay. And Brooke, I just wanted to reiterate that this is information only.
Yeah, yes.
Not an action item.
This is very much an informational only. We're going to just highlight those 3 alternatives, what the team went through to evaluate those, and our conclusions. But before I jump into the alternatives in which we looked at, I do just want to reiterate where we're talking, and that is on 8th Street between State Street and Union. As mentioned before, there's 2 projects and 2 agencies that are on the team looking at this. CCDC's portion, their project limits are from State to Franklin, whereas ACHD's is Franklin to Union. I also want to highlight some new developments that occurred this past summer, and that is the Franklin Bikeway, which is currently just wrapped up its public comment period. That is highlighted there in yellow. This is an important east-west connection and does intercept right through the 8th Street Bikeway. That project in itself is supposed to go to construction in 2025. So the area which we're looking at, and I wanted to highlight our existing right-of-way in particular, because all concepts before you today actually work within the existing right-of-way. Right now, the configuration that's on the street is about 6-foot sidewalk, a 12-foot planter strip. You've got parking on both sides, 2 northbound travel lanes, approximately about 12.5 feet. And on the east side, you've got, again, that planting strip as well as that sidewalk. So the following presentation that Zach's going to take us through some of the concepts, he's going to highlight that many of those concepts fall within our existing public right-of-way. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce Zach, who is going to speak about the multi-use pathway as well as the cycle track, and I'm going to revisit with you in particular to the drop-off zone.
Hello, Zach.
Thank you, Brooke, and thank you, Madam President, Commissioners. For the record, Zach Pietmeyer, CCDC Project Manager. So as Brooke mentioned, the first alternative that the design team evaluated over the last few months was the multi-use pathway, which is a single facility with bidirectional mixed bike and pedestrian traffic, similar to the Federal Way pathway or the Greenbelt or the Donna Larson Park pathway. On 8th Street, a multi-use pathway would be located either at the east or west edge of the right-of-way, replacing the existing sidewalks currently found on 8th Street, as illustrated here. Guidance on multi-use pathway design suggests that a minimum visible or usable width of 12 feet should be implemented in urban settings such as this, which is exclusive of a 2-foot shy distance, typical when you have 0 offset building facades along the right-of-way. We also note that there is a 4-foot buffer separating the multi-use pathway from the vehicle space. The benefits anticipated with the multi-use pathway are that by providing an expected space for cyclists away from the motor vehicle travel lanes, there would be an improvement of the level of traffic stress over existing conditions. This option does preserve the existing automotive facilities, namely those 2 travel lanes and parking on both sides, because the curb-to-curb section of the right-of-way would not change. And by striving to move cyclists to one side of the corridor, there is the potential to reduce conflicts for cyclists on the side opposite the multi-use pathway. As far as drawbacks, the option, there are a few concerns that staff have from the multi-agency team. These options do remove all trees on the side that the multi-use pathway would be implemented on. So on the east side, that would be 21 trees removed, and on the west side, 17 trees would be relocated or removed. There would be some opportunity for replacement of trees, namely on the 2 blocks south of Franklin. We could tweak that buffer space because CCDC is working on improvements to both sides of the street. We could widen that to 5 feet in hopes of getting trees within tree wells with tree grades on a couple blocks. But we know from outreach on this project that removal of trees is a concern for a lot of folks, and it does not meet the City of Boise's streetscape standards or objectives for tree canopy cover. While the conflicts may be reduced on the side opposite where the multi-use pathway is located, there is the possibility that conflicts will increase on the opposite side. And it's not to mention, or not to suggest that multi-use pathways are dangerous, it's just that we are now locating all cyclists on one side and in a mixed-use environment with this pathway. Further to that point, we don't necessarily anticipate completely removing conflicts with cyclists on the side opposite the multi-use pathway, because there are still destinations that cyclists may want to go to, including businesses and other uses. So cyclists may continue either riding in the street, crossing mid-block, or continue riding up the narrow sidewalk on the side opposite of the multi-use pathway. And that really is a consideration with many different types of bike infrastructure. That's a consideration. We just want to clarify that by trying to locate cyclists on one side, we don't think that's a cure-all for completely eliminating cyclist conflicts on the other side. In addition, another drawback, some of the on-street parking would need to be eliminated at intersections and driveways to maintain visibility of the pathway. And I think probably the biggest concern is the transition points with the multi-use pathway at the north and south ends at Union and at State Street. Cyclists would be required to cross traffic in 2 directions to enter and exit the multi-use pathway. And I'll go into that in a little more detail, but just to wrap up this slide, a multi-use pathway would be inconsistent with any other treatment we find on 8th Street currently.
Madam President.
Commissioner McKinney.
Sorry, Zach, sorry to interrupt. Can we go back to that slide? Go back again to the thing about parking impacts for visibility. How does this design make visibility worse than current?
Madam President and Commissioner McKinney, it would be minor impacts to parking only at intersections to ensure that sight triangles are fully established for both directions. So you might have a situation where a parking stall at the end of a row could be shifted or potentially eliminated to just maintain and ensure we have sight triangles in both directions.
Oh, I see. So in other words, parking might have to be shifted and moved to ensure visibility at intersections.
Madam President, Commissioner, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
Madam
Commissioner
President and Zach, so it looks like you're keeping the 12-foot travel lanes, 2 travel lanes going through, because they're going the same direction. That means you can pretty much get a couple of Hummers going up the road. And so you're not changing the travel lane width of these cars?
Madam President, Commissioner, yes, that was our understanding of the request, was to look at a multi-use pathway that would keep the existing roadway prism, the curb-to-curb width as is. So that was the genesis of this alternative.
I think that's, if you got 2 lanes going in the same direction, you don't need them to be 12 and a half feet. That's way too wide. 10 feet's more than enough. So that just, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If you had, if it was 2 directional, maybe you might need a little bit more, 10 and a half, maybe 11. But this just reinforces the risk of speeding. The other is, so you want to eliminate trees, but I don't see any chicanes separating any of the parking. So I assume it's like parking all the way down chicanes are not part of this proposal.
Madam President, Commissioner, yeah, again, we weren't proposing any modifications to the curb-to-curb section of the corridor. It would only be improvements behind the existing curb, between the right-of-way and the curb.
So, is part of the proposal going to do an analysis of what, since there's gonna be no change to the curb to curb, which we've already seen has issues of speeding and safety, and that we're gonna eliminate some vertical elements, i.e. the big trees, is there gonna be some LTS analysis as to how much worse that's gonna be?
Madam President, Commissioner, I will address that here in a moment. The corridor does meet ACHD requirements for LTS based off the current methodology, which evaluates things like proximity, separation from traffic. And it does, this alternative does actually meet ACHD's guidelines for improving LTS. So jumping back into those transitions, as I mentioned, shown here on the left-hand screen is two potential maneuvers that cyclists could make at the north end at 8th and Union, and then on the right side is at the south end, 8th at State. So this is specific to the east side multi-use pathway. So as cyclists approach the two-way stop-controlled intersection of 8th and Union at the north end, southbound cyclists, we either have to make a two-stage crossing following the typical pedestrian route of the crosswalks, or as shown, and that's shown as orange or green lines on that left graphic, or mix with southbound vehicle traffic, wait for a gap in oncoming northbound 8th Street traffic, and enter the multi-use pathway as represented by the purple line in a single stage crossing. A slightly different situation is present at the signalized intersection at 8th and State, shown on the right. Southbound cyclists wanting to make a two-stage crossing here would likely choose either the orange or green route based on the walk indication that they arrive at. So either crossing 8th Street with a walk indication in the State Street green light, or crossing State Street to the south first. Since this is a signalized intersection, a single stage diagonal crossing would require signal phasing modifications to add a bike-only diagonal crossing phase. This is currently a 65 or 70-second cycle in the downtown core. And so what we would be looking at to achieve a cycle-specific phase would be taking 27 seconds of green time from one or both of those other phases in order to maintain signal cycle length in the downtown grid. That would obviously have negative impacts on traffic operations at that intersection, such that both the AM and PM peaks would drop to a level service F. There would likely be ripple effects at surrounding intersections if we were to do that as well. For the multi-use pathway on the west side, very similar condition. Northbound cyclists leaving the multi-use pathway at Union on the left graphic would, either again make a two-stage crossing as shown in orange or green, or yield to oncoming 8th Street traffic coming from the north, 2 lanes of traffic coming from behind them, and monitoring westbound Union traffic to find a gap to make that diagonal crossing shown in purple. At the south end, the west side multi-use pathway is a bit simpler, at least operationally, because northbound cyclists would be traveling with the direction of traffic. There would not be the need for a dedicated cycle phase in the signal. So once 8th Street traffic gets the green light, cyclists would share a lane as they are now and access the multi-use pathway directly, either from the through lane or that dedicated left turn lane. So in summary, the multi-use pathway generally has advantages of improving cycling conditions compared to existing, which is a benefit. The alternative does meet LTS guidelines, as I said before, for the segments between the intersections, but we need to keep in mind that the current LTS methodology does not account for the intricacies associated with those crossing maneuvers. This alternative also does not have significant impacts to the existing vehicle travel lanes and parking on the roadway. As previously stated, it's questionable whether the multi-use pathway actually reduces conflicts. We believe that while it may decrease conflicts on one side, there is a possibility or probability that conflicts might increase on the side of the pathway. And there are several drawbacks that are a concern for staff with this alternative. There is anticipated to be a higher overall amount of conflicts between bikes and pedestrians, simply because we are putting them in the same mixed-use space. The amount of tree removal anticipated is not desirable, and the treatment is inconsistent with other treatments on the corridor. As we mentioned, it does come with complex transitions at either end, which may cause conflicts or confusion amongst motorists and cyclists. And then finally, with that specific east side option, there could be a signal operational concern with the 8th and State intersection if we have a diagonal bike-only phase in the intersection. As such, staff does not recommend proceeding forward with the multi-use pathway option as an alternative. The two-way cycle track was another option suggested by the commission back in May for further consideration. A cycle track is a two-way bike-only facility, separated generally from the pedestrian facilities and typically separated and protected from travel lanes. While not in wide use around Ada County yet, there is at least one example of this around the St. Luke's campus in downtown Boise, shown here between the existing sidewalk and the travel lanes on Idaho Street.
Do we have the 2-lane over there? I believe it's on Main as you're going towards Chinden. Is
Madam President.
behind the barriers?
Yeah, Madam
I was
President.
walking, I thought I saw the arrows kind of.
Yeah, I
going
believe
in
on
opposite
Main
direction.
Street over the Boise River.
Uh-huh.
That is two-way.
Okay.
So similar to the multi-use path, we considered both a cycle track on the east side and the west side of 8th Street. A cycle track would generally have a minimum desired width of about 11 feet with at least a 3-foot buffer separating it from the automotive uses on the street. Under both options, the cycle track would be separate from the existing sidewalk facilities and located within the existing roadway prism between the landscape buffer and the automobile space. Similar to the original concept A that we proposed previously, the layout would reallocate space currently designated for automobiles, which would eliminate one northbound travel lane and one parking lane. The cycle track has a lot of the same pros and cons as the multi-use pathway, which we won't repeat here, but we do want to draw your attention to a couple of the bolded items here. One advantage, or rather a trade-off, is that there's the option of being able to retain the existing landscaping and street trees at the expense of putting the cycle track in the street to take that space of that northbound travel lane and parking lane. The graphics shown here both illustrate the remaining on-street parking on the east side of the corridor in both scenarios, and depending on which side the parking is located, one other advantage with the cycle track is that parking lane creates a channelized constricted travel way. And I think in previous presentations, we've discussed the need for emergency vehicle clearances. And so there are certain configurations with this alternative that require us to widen the travel lane such that we do meet those emergency vehicle clearance requirements. And so the example shown on the right-hand side does identify a 17-foot wide travel lane to meet those clearances. And as we know, 17 feet is much wider than the standard 11-foot travel lane. So that's not to say that parking has to be located on the east side. Similar to the original concept A, which was modified for the block between Hayes and Fort, the location of that remaining parking lane could be swapped to the west side, as shown here. Per the previous public hearings, we anticipate that the design would need to identify on-street parking, should it be selected, on the west side. Specifically for this block where St. John's and St. Joe's are, to help facilitate that loading and unloading activity that we've heard a lot about. Shown here are those two scenarios, as I mentioned, and we do note that, again, we have that emergency vehicle clearance requirement on the upper scenario, and so we would end up with a fairly wide travel lane at 17 feet. In summary, the cycle track does not improve the level of traffic, or excuse me, it does improve the level of traffic stress over existing conditions, so there would be some improvement. Unlike the multi-use pathway, it does separate bike and pedestrian facilities, which is also a benefit. And we have an opportunity to preserve that landscaping, as mentioned. Similar to the multi-use pathway, it is questionable whether the bike conflicts will be reduced overall as they decrease on one side, but potentially could be increasing on the other side. And while this while it does, we identify it as a draw here, but we're identifying parking and travel lane impacts that typically would be identified as a drawback, but since it's identical to previous concepts, we kind of evaluate that as a draw. It doesn't really differentiate this alternative from others that we've considered. So on the drawbacks, because of that emergency vehicle clearance requirement and the wide travel lanes, we do feel that speeding may become an issue because of the very wide travel lanes. It is inconsistent with other treatments on the corridor, just like the multi-use pathway, and we didn't go over this, but it has the same transitions at both Union and State Street that the multi-use pathway had. As such, the staff on the multi-agency design team does not recommend going forward with this either. I'll turn it back over to Brooke. She will be covering the third alternative, the design team review specific to that block between Fort and Hay Street.
Madam President,
Okay, thanks, Zach. Hold on,
before you go,
Commissioner McKinney.
just one question. Where you do have a cycle track, looking at that cross section, the cycle track was something like 12, 13 feet wide total for the two-way bicycle traffic. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you do have something like that, what, I presume there's some kind of something required to prevent motor vehicles from attempting to drive down. Do they use bollards or something like that at the inlet of those to prevent cars from trying to drive on them?
Yeah, Madam President, Commissioners, yeah, there's a number of context elements that could be added as far as signage. A bollard could be considered. There's typically a ramp, because this is an elevated facility shown here, that would discourage use by motor vehicles. But yeah, that would be a final design kind of element we would look at should this alternative go forward.
And let me ask this. One thing I wonder is, would it be possible to take the existing roadway section and the median, we've got that 3-foot median separating the cycle track from the vehicle lanes. Would there be a way to essentially test this out with some kind of a temporary curb type median that could be put in place? We could test out the cycle track configuration, see how it works, add some striping and signing as needed to use it. Then we could see how it works for a period of time. And if it doesn't work, we haven't invested in a lot of new curbs and sidewalks, and we haven't cut down any of the landscaping and so on. But it would be something you can test at a relatively low cost to see how it works. Seems to me that's a possibility, at least, wouldn't it be?
Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, as it pertains to the presentation, we await direction from the commission on the next steps pertaining to whether we pilot something or we look to other types of alternatives. Certainly, there are options that we could look at, but we're going to await that direction from you folks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Price? Oh, hold on. I didn't form your question.
Madam President, for the record, Steve Price, General Counsel. Commissioner McKinney, one thing we can look to is the cycle track that St. Luke's built in downtown, and many of the design features of that are fairly telling. Instead of doing a pilot project, that may be one to have further analysis and provide information to the commission on.
Well, and I think not just creation of the cycle track, but the impact of removing parking to get feedback on this. Well, of course, that is going to be cycle.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hanson.
So, that quick question, you probably answered it, but can't understand why, if the cycle track's on the west side, you got 14-foot travel, have to have 14-foot travel lane and car lane, but it's on the east side, you have to have 17 feet. So why? Turning radii, or why just by flipping the sides, you have to go up 3 more feet?
Madam President, Commissioner, so on the right-hand side, you do see that 17-foot wide travel lane, and that is a product of requiring a minimum clearance between two vertical obstructions, in this case, a parked car on the right side, and then the streetscaping, which is not a traversable surface for an emergency vehicle. So that 17-foot one on the right side is a product of that emergency vehicle clearance. On the left side, there is nothing stipulating a 14-foot travel lane, as far as I know. It is simply the remnant that's left over within the existing curb-to-curb width once you do apply the cycle track, and so it's...
You could have an 11-foot.
that travel lane could be reduced to 14 foot.
Okay. So, and the source of that is some standard that says we can predict all these terrible things happening, if traffic is if there's not a mountable curb or something, whatever
The curb separating the travel lane from the cycle track on the left side, it would be mountable in order to ensure that emergency vehicle clearance requirement is met, but yes.
But it can't be on the left side. You can't make the curb, you're assuming the curb on the other side is just the same curb that exists there now.
Yeah, Madam President, Commissioner, our understanding is that even if that curb in the right-hand diagram, the curb separating the vehicle lane from the landscaping were mountable, that the landscaping itself is not traversable, it needs to be an improved surface for these vehicles to travel on. It could not be mud, for example, or a lawn.
And that's because it's kind of ironic, because you need that extra space when you're going too fast. And suddenly something jumps out, a child jumps out in the street, and you need to veer out of the way. But by making it super wide, you're sort of encouraging people to drive, so it's like a catch-22. Okay, thanks.
I'll jump back ahead to the last alternative that we looked at, and this was the direction we received from the commission, was to use Concept A as a base design, provide a dedicated drop-off lane and loading zone along the frontage of St. John's Cathedral. It does eliminate the bike and student loading and unloading conflicts. After further analysis from the team, and I'll walk through that here in a moment, there are several findings, and I'd like to review those findings. But before I do so, I'd like to give you an idea of what that's going to look like. Before you is the cross-section. So I do want to draw your attention to the proposed drop-off zone, because this is where much of the improvement is going to take place. This proposed drop-off zone does impact the existing gathering space that is in front of St. John's Cathedral. So if you recall, that existing gathering space is anywhere from 19 to 21 feet. To be able to add both a parking lane, a drop-off lane, 4-foot buffered, and that protected bike facility, we would need to actually get into that gathering space and reduce it to about 9 feet. What you see before you, besides the 9-foot sidewalk, or oftentimes called a gathering space, you've got a parking lane, a drive-through lane, you have a 4-foot buffer, a bike lane, a 2-foot buffer from the vehicle travel lane, 1 travel lane that goes north, and then on the flip side of the road, you see a 3-foot buffer, and then you see that 6-foot bike facility. So this is what it looks like from an aerial view. And what I'm highlighting here is several maneuvers in which you would have to take place to navigate through this space. And so I'm going to take my cursor and see if we can follow along. So just to highlight, you have got the orange arrows. They highlight a vehicle who's going to be using the drop-off lane. The green is the cyclist who is going to maneuver southbound, cross over on this ladder, continue on to this protected bike facility, continue on to a ladder and continue down south. And then you've got this purple, and what this purple is it actually highlights if a vehicle were traveling northbound on the 1 travel lane, this is a maneuver in which they can take. They can take this maneuver if they want to go left. This purple would indicate that maneuver, or they can continue straight. But I do want to highlight several conflict points along this corridor. Now, when I highlight this here, it's 3 conflict points between vehicle and cyclists. The first one, which I highlight right here, number 1, this is northbound street. So if a vehicle were to come off of 8th Street and they want to turn to go down Hayes Street, they are going to encounter a cyclist who is coming through this protected bike facility. So that's conflict number 1. Now take that same vehicle that's traversing up 8th Street. They like to maneuver over into this drop-off zone. They are going to find themselves in conflict number 2 potentially with a cyclist. This one's incredibly important because a driver is not going to expect that a cyclist is going to come at them through 2 vehicle travel lanes. And so when you're anticipating as a driver, there's a lot of expectations. This takes away expectation where a vehicle will intercept a cyclist. So that's conflict number 2. Conflict number 3 is, should a vehicle use this drop-off zone and then want to, say, maneuver out of the drop-off zone, either to make this left-hand turn movement or to continue on 8th Street. Another conflict point potentially with a cyclist will be if that cyclist is coming southbound, they're going to potentially encounter a vehicle. So there's 3 conflict points between a vehicle and a cyclist with this proposed design. That doesn't eliminate the potential between a vehicle and a vehicle conflict. So if a vehicle were to use this drop-off zone, want to maneuver out and say they want to go northbound, they would need to cross over, continue up north on 8th Street. There's the potential that a vehicle who is also going northbound at the same time will want to weave over to get that left-hand turn movement, and at which point now you have a conflict between 2 vehicles. And in mornings, especially in PM peak drop-off, especially in pickup in the afternoon, there's a lot going on at this location, so there's a lot of moving parts. These 4 conflict points highlight that there's 3 potential vehicle and cyclist conflicts, as well as 1 vehicle versus vehicle. I'd like to go over some additional pros and cons. So the pro, we remove perceived conflicts between St. Joe's students at loading and unloading on the west side of 8th Street during that pickup and drop-off. However, there are several issues concerning this proposed. Creates a new conflict points. I highlighted all those conflict points. In addition, this is an unusual configuration and does not meet driver expectancy. I cannot say that word. In essence, they need to know where they can expect they're going to encounter not only cyclists maneuvering through this area, but also pedestrians as well as vehicles. The queuing vehicle congestion and potential for blockage is certainly potential. I want to highlight the northbound through lane. In essence, outside of, if in the morning pickup, you have landlocked that vehicle travel lane. So should there ever be an issue with a vehicle, at which point all of the northbound traffic will want to maneuver over to the drive-through lane to maneuver continuing up 8th Street. That conflict also applies to the drop-off. So say if there's an incident where something occurs at the drop-off, you've got all of those vehicles queuing up through the intersection to get to that drop-off zone. It removes some on-street parking capacity. It does, as I highlighted, reduces gathering space in front of St. John's. It is a passing lane hazard, and this is not a low stress for southbound cyclists. As a result of that, the interagency team unanimously agreed that this is not a recommendation that should move forward. So in summary, I'd like to highlight the 3 proposals that we brought before you. We were instructed in May to look to each one of these. The interagency team consisted of CCDC staff, City of Boise staff, ACHD staff. We looked at each one of these alternatives. When we looked to the multi-use pathway and the cycle track, in of themselves, applied throughout the county, are good options. The concerns with the multi-use pathway and the cycle track are not necessarily the treatment itself, it's what occurs at the intersections. As highlighted earlier, Zach mentioned at the intersections, we're not able to evaluate the level of comfort for cyclists. The maneuvers there's several maneuvers to get through those intersections. As a result, your interagency team unanimously agreed that because of the intersections, the multi-use pathway and the cycle track are not good options. They do not provide a level of comfort for cyclists. And when we talk about level of comfort, specifically, we're talking about that 8 to 80. We're looking to folks who want to maneuver through this location or this corridor to either get to the downtown core, to the Greenbelt, or to the north ends. It's ideal for parents and families and little children. At those intersections, both the multi-use pathway example and the cycle track, the intersections become the conflict point. And as a result, we can't measure the level of comfort because of the number of movements that are necessary. As it pertains to modified concept A, that's St. John's drop-off lane, the number of conflict points, either vehicles with pedestrians or vehicles with cyclists, as well as vehicles with vehicles, the expectation of where you can anticipate where you're going to have those interactions. That is the reason why the interagency team unanimously agreed that all 3 of these options are not good recommendations to put forward. As a result, we propose that we remove the multi-use pathway, the cycle track, and the drop-off lane as alternatives from further consideration. We delay any further public comment, and we continue to work with stakeholders on feasible, agreeable modifications that we can examine to be able to provide this corridor for bikes and pedestrian enhancements. That concludes our presentation. I'll stand for any questions.
Thanks, Brooke. I just have a couple questions, if you don't mind, Commissioner Goldthorpe. We had touched on this before of doing a phased approach, and I know we had the discussion that CCDC is on a different timeline. They're looking at a sunset with the funding. So is that something where they could go ahead and start? And I think that project would be a benefit and better inform our calculus as to the design before. You know, we've talked about putting all the concrete in there and having to change it later, and it's kind of consistent with our go in once and get as much done. I've gotten a lot of feedback, and I went back through all our notes too, about 9th Street. And so is there an opportunity to bifurcate this project, and while we're in there, and take a look at 9th? And, you know, we talked about, Franklin as well. So there's just a couple other components there that we've heard a lot about. And I thought if they could start, we can assess and perhaps address some of these other options before, you know, we come to a final. And I do agree with Commissioner McKinney. I think, you know, it's good to go down to St. Luke's, but this is site specific, to have maybe some sort of temporary to, you know, because it's a big project, and I think it could be a great project. But I think we've gotten some other good input, and anyway, I know the 9th Street is certainly one, so that's what I have to throw out there on the table.
Madam President, Commissioner, certainly those are valuable options at the direction of the commission. I know CCDC certainly would be interested in being able to move their portion forward as we examine our portion. Our portion certainly is from Franklin till Union. We will await the commission direction on how you'd like us to pursue this. In addition to that, should 9th Street be another discussion points, I do want to highlight multi-use pathway in the cycle track. It's the intersections, not the actual treatment in themselves, why your interagency working team have actually taken those two or made the recommendation to take those two off as options. Certainly we await commission direction, but I know CCDC would entertain the idea of being able to split their portion off and move forward once they conclude with what that option is going to look like or what that cross-section could look like.
It just seems a little incomplete, and perhaps we can take a look at that and.
Madam President, Commissioners, if that is the direction we receive from the commission, we certainly can do that as a team.
Okay. All right, Mr. Goldberg.
Yes, Brooke, I'm remembering that there was a rather novel solution proposed for the situation in front of St. Michael's. And at the end of our last meeting, I had suggested that we consider something similar for St. Joe's, and I don't see that that's been done at all.
Madam President, Commissioner Goldthorpe.
Can you walk us through what that option was?
Well, Madam President, Commissioner Goldthorpe, the three options, especially the St. John's drop-off lane, is what we understood our direction was to examine for St. John's. Are you in particular asking about St. Michael's?
Nope, I had suggested that we do something similar with St. Joe's that we did with St. Michael's, and I don't see that anywhere.
Madam President, Commissioner Goldthorpe, certainly would entertain it further conversation about that. Unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure specifically what that is.
And I'm not either, because we don't have those slides.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we need a visual. Okay. Stacy?
Hello, and for the record, I want to make sure that Commissioner Pickering sent a message. She at 2:44, she dropped off the meeting, so we have that for the record. And as well as she wanted to say thank you to ACHD and CCDC staff for their research into other options. I'm not convinced that these other options are better than our original options and would like us to revisit those. I'm looking forward to next discussions about this project.
Okay, thank you. Noted.
Madam President?
Mr. Hanson.
Yeah, so thank you, Brooke. I appreciate this. Of course, my recommendations weren't considered in this when we were discussing back in May. That we should be looking at this in the cumulative impact and the context of where these are. I appreciate that Franklin now has been raised because it's so important that east-west bikeway. It needs to go through those intersections on 8th and 9th. I think, frankly, on a raised intersection. We didn't evaluate that. I'd like to see that be a raised intersection as a way of both slowing traffic and making it safer. Because raised intersections, it's also something we don't have a lot of. And the other is that, of course, 9th Street, because it is the exit route, it's one way, that unless we deal with that issue of it being one way, because there's really no reason for it to be one way, anymore, up to State Street. State Street is really where basically the expressway can start. We don't consider that. I'd like us to consider, the conversion of that, and I know the city needs to be involved in the conversion of that. These are all interconnected, and I think the underlying issue, I agree with Commissioner Pickering, the best choices were B and A in that order in my mind. But they also were in somewhat out of context because we weren't considering Franklin and Ninth, and State, frankly, so, but we can't get, people view those in context. So I'd like us to, I agree with your recommendation, let's continue with stakeholders, let's continue with the neighbors, the city, CCDC, all the people who are using that, and figure out in a much more systemic way. And it touches on State Street too, because that's a portion of State Street that we were talking about earlier today, that we have to deal with it so that we're not inadvertently creating issues over here, as we're supposedly addressing issues over here. And so there's a number of things that feed into it that need to be addressed. And just looking at it, and frankly, my view was that we were driven by CCDC's timeline, and that kind of forced our hand on that.
Madam President?
Mr. McKinney?
Yeah, Brooke, first of all, let me just clarify the intersections, kind of at the north and south, where if we did, say, the cycle track or the multi-use pathway option, where bicycle traffic would have to cross over, are both of those currently signalized intersections?
Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, yes, they are. No, I'm
Okay.
sorry. Only the State Street, 8th Street intersection is signalized. The 8th Street Union is not signalized.
Okay, so the Union Street intersection is not signalized?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay, first of all, let me say, I have to agree that the St. John's drop-off lane option, yeah, I don't like that. That presents an awful lot of unnecessary conflict points, and so, yeah, I agree, I don't really like that. But frankly, I think I think we ought to consider the cycle track option, because the two considerations of mine that I don't think have really been at the forefront are the effects of eliminating a travel lane, and just going from a 2-lane one-way to just a 1-lane one-way. And of course, eliminating parking has kind of always been one of the issues on the table, and the impacts of that. It strikes me that if we could try it and see how it works, and the cycle track option is something that we could do conceivably that way for relatively low cost, put in some temporary curbing, it could be extruded curbing that goes on top of the pavement, with some reflective, vertical, whatever we call them, the indicators to separate it, some striping, and see how it works, and get feedback from the neighborhood, and then traffic information to see if we get a lot of traffic problems. We haven't taken out any landscaping to do that. We haven't changed the total width of the cross-section. We just basically, the cross-section stays where it is, and we do an experiment to see if this can work. The concern about, there are potential, it's inconvenient for cyclists to have to cross over at an intersection. However, if we do this east side cycle track, first of all, southbound travelers on 8th Street, since it's one way, they're opposing traffic in the first place. That strikes me as also being a dangerous situation. So I don't think requiring a crossover at an intersection increases any trouble for cyclists compared to the current situation. Now we're moving them over to the opposite side of the road, so they're not, they're still opposing traffic, but they're separated from it. And it strikes me that this is something that could be done as an interim solution, see how it works. We could put in a cycle-only phase for the signal at State Street at Union. I'm not sure what would be the way to do that there to particularly accommodate cyclists, but it strikes me as a way that we could do something that would let us know, number one, is there a serious problem with taking away an entire travel lane and getting rid of that much parking?
You lost Brooke.
What's that?
I said you lost Brooke.
You know, is this doable, not just from the cyclist standpoint, but also from the vehicle traffic standpoint? Because I think both need to be taken into consideration. And it's, strikes me as the kind of thing that could be done for a relatively low cost, and we see how it works out. And if it doesn't work, then we come back and we look at other options that cost more and are more permanent and so on. Anyway, that's my thought, and I don't know why we don't perhaps take if it's on the east side, it's not going to affect the St. John's drop-off lane issues. No effect there at all. And we've got something that potentially could show us that, yeah, this is doable and works well in this situation. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, so I don't want to highlight some of the pros and the cons in which we evaluated. Do want to highlight a couple constraints, and certainly at the direction of the commission, we can certainly explore that as an option should that be the direction in which we receive. A couple constraints that we're looking at to Madam President's suggestion, CCDC is on a different timeline. The portion that potentially could be impacted with the cycle track exploratory pilot program, certainly that is a constraint we'll have to look into. Other constraints is highlighted in some concerns certainly do exist at the intersections themselves, especially with the signal timing. A lot of this would take some additional exploration to see what that signal timing could potentially look like and that impact. But at the commission direction, we stand ready to do what we're asked.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? You're good? All right. So your recommendation for us, you want to restate that just to defer?
So after the analysis in which we conducted for both the multi-use pathway, cycle track, and modified concepts, and the unanimous agreement amongst the interagency team not to move those forward, our next steps is remove all 3 of them as alternatives for further consideration because of the concerns pertaining conflicts, delay public comment, and continue to work with stakeholders on feasible, agreeable modification. We await any suggestions in which the commission would like to provide us, and as a team, we'll go back and we'll evaluate.
Commission, nurse?
Just want to clarify. So it's basically go back to options A, B, C that we have and work with stakeholders to make some modifications to those. Is that what the recommendation is?
Madam President, Commissioner Hansen, there were a couple of suggestions that were put on the table, CCDC's portion, whether it moves forward separate from ours or not. I did hear, the pilot program for Cycle Track Explore, that is an option. I've also heard some other suggestions pertaining to 9th Street as an option, in addition to modified concept A.
Okay, good. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't just tweaking those things we already had, but actually
and going back to that,
moving towards incorporating the comments of all the commissioners about
Madam President and Commissioner Hansen, we await your direction. If there's a preferred option that you would like us to look at moving forward, certainly the team is standby.
I think the outreach and the things that have come up today, right? Anything?
Madam President.
Hello, Mr. Lucas.
Good afternoon. I think we have some good direction today. We heard
so.
We heard each commissioner provide some feedback.
Worth looking at.
We're going to look at all those items that were raised. We'll be coming back to you in another work session to discuss potential how we can share that. We'll meet with the project team. We'll discuss these options. Then we'll come back to you in a subsequent work session. We will not be taking anything out to the public without your express approval and your review. especially if we were to go down the road of any type of pilot project, that would all have to be completely reviewed by the commission. So just want to make you aware and
I think we
assure
do got enough.
of that. Yep. So
Yeah,
we've got, I think we've got some homework on this one, and we'll keep at it. We just want to make it clear that there was a plan to move forward with the public with some of these options, and we're not going to do that. We're going to pause that. We're going to kind of go back to the drawing board on some of this.
Okay,
All
super,
right.
thank you.
So,
Commissioner McKinney?
If I may, so then, it's my, I look at it, and from my standpoint, I don't know if anyone here wants us to continue looking at the St. John's drop-off lane concept. It doesn't sound like there's really any support for continuing to look at that.
Oh, what do they do? Where do they drop off now? I mean, don't they just stop right there in the front anyway and
Yep.
drop off?
They put up cones.
They put up the cones?
Madam President, Commissioners, yes, they use the parking space as their drop-off location. They drop off both in the parking space as well as the vehicle travel lane.
But
Well, I don't know how we totally ignore how, I mean, this is a school, there are a lot of cars coming in,
No,
dropping
what
off
I'm-
their students. We have to have maybe some sort of
Yeah, what
option or idea how they could do that safely.
What I'm talking about is this modified concept A that was presented
Oh.
here today.
Yeah.
I don't think,
They
it
came back
doesn't sound
with-
like anyone
no.
here on the commission really is interested in any more on that.
Yeah.
But the cycle track, I'm at least interested in that as a pilot project. And, anyone else on the commission want to further explore the multi-use pathway concept? That's similar to the cycle track with some variations. But, so I guess I'm just trying to make sure that our direction to staff is clear that at least the cycle track and other possibilities are still on the table to at least consider when we come back. Is that fair to say?
And Commissioners, Madam President, Commissioner McKinney, yeah, we really appreciate this direction. If there's consensus, yeah,
Looking at Ninth.
And we heard Ninth Street. We
Right.
heard kind of taking a little bit of a broader view and keeping the cycle track on the table and doing some more exploration there. We got you there. But as you just stated, yeah, multi-use pathway and the specific drop-off lane as presented today, we'll set those aside and not focus any effort there. We'll focus on these other ideas that have come up.
But I would like some sort of idea or input or something in our mind. We make these changes. Where are the children going to be dropped off? We have to give some consideration to that.
And Madam President, I think as we go back out and reach out to the school and we talk to the stakeholders, the drop-off and the pickup is always going to be a consideration with every alternative.
Okay,
So,
good.
yeah, we're not gonna lose that fact. Thank you.
Safety.
Madam President, just,
Commissioner Goldthorpe?
even if it's only privately, I would really like to hear something about the suggestion that I made in the last meeting. So we didn't talk about that at all today.
Which one?
The one that I made is just before we closed the meeting.
Yeah, and Commissioner, Madam President, Commissioner Gold, we'll go back and review the tape and see what that was. I
Yeah,
apologize.
It had
if
to
we-
do with something similar to what we did with St. Michael's.
Yeah, and that's what and I'm trying to remember what we did with St. Michael's. And so we'll go back and look, and yeah, we'll get back, we'll close that loop, and we'll put that on our list of items
Pull that
to
up.
close the loop, with you on that.
Thanks. Me either.
All right. Any clear as mud?
Madam President, Commissioners, certainly.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much. All right. That's a wrap. Thank you all. Yeah, I kind of lost the bubble on the